If you find this Healing Sleep Meditation Sleep Stories compilation helpful or interesting, feel free to give it a thumbs up, share with someone who may find it useful, and leave any comments below. If you don't want to miss any future sleep stories, you can subscribe and click the bell notification icon. My sleep stories are made with you, for you, and posted weekly here on YouTube. You can access all my sleep stories ad and introduction free on most streaming and download services like Apple Music, Amazon Music and Spotify. If you're interested in what else I offer, you can find details of all this and of my Hypnotherapy and Autism e-courses, books and merch in the description and on my website, danjoneshypnosis.com. So I hope you enjoy these stories. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. It's a meditation about a woman who has gone away to a woodland retreat. And outside the cabin that she's in, she can see the snow falling down in large flakes. And she gazes out of that window, just watching those large snowflakes falling down, watching the snow gradually building up on the window pane, while she sits there with the sound of a log fire beside her crackling away, the warmth of that fire that she can feel on her cheeks, and the sound of a clock ticking on the mantelpiece. And she almost begins to have this sense like the ticks are gradually getting further away from the tocks, like somehow time between those ticks and the tocks is slowing down, starting off going tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, and then gradually tock, tick, slowing, tock, right, tick, tock, down, tick, tock. And she starts to have this sense, almost like there was a pause, as if it had stopped before it would tick. And while she looked out the window, as that ticking and tocking slowed right down, she could see that the snowflakes were slowing down, until eventually she noticed that the snowflakes falling outside the window just seemed to be hovering in space. And the sound of the crackling fire had stopped crackling and popping, and the flickering light from the fire had stopped flickering. And yet, despite everything seeming to have stopped, she was still able to be thinking. And she stood up and was still able to be moving. And it seemed that everything had frozen in time except her. And she found this a curious experience. And she went and got her coat, grabbed a torch, and decided to head out into the snow. And she opened the door and closed the door behind her. And as she closed the door, she realized it didn't make a sound. Her footsteps didn't make a sound. And she walked out into the snow. And she could feel her feet crunching through the snow. But she couldn't hear her feet crunching through the snow. It was as if the sound had stopped. As if there was no movement. The air was incredibly still. And as she walked, so she realized she was walking through the snowflakes that were hanging in the air. And they would brush past her face, tickling her cheeks. But they wouldn't fall to the ground. And she was aware of how silent it was out here. She's used to it being silent when it's snowing, with the way that snow dulls sound. But this was different. This wasn't just silent from the snow dulling the sound. It was as if everything had frozen, as if this moment had frozen. And she walked over to the edge of the woodland. She picked up a large branch out of the snow on the ground, and she swung it with all of her strength at one of the trees. And as it struck the tree, so she could feel the sudden halting of that stick. But there was no sound from the strike. There was no reverberating down that stick to her hands. No snow fell from the branches. And she placed that stick back down on the ground. And she wondered about something she was curious about. So she rolled up a snowball and she threw it in the air. But all that happened was that at the point that she let go with her hand and moved her hand, the snowball was just sat there in the air. It didn't rise as if given any momentum, and it didn't fall. It just froze in the air. And she walked down to the lake. And down at the lake, she could see waves. And at first glance, she thought, well, at least the water on the lake is working correctly. But at second glance, she realized that the water was stationary. The waves had frozen in position. That what she thought looked like a small wave gently breaking on the shore was frozen in position, mid-breaking. And she wondered whether this experience is happening everywhere, or whether it's localized to just here. And she walked around the cabin, and she closed her eyes and listened and tried to hear the slightest sound, to see if there was any sounds off in the distance, any evidence that things are different elsewhere. And yet, she couldn't hear anything. And then, just at that moment, she heard a slight hum, followed by a light beginning to glow over the woods. And that glowing light seemed to be coming down from above the trees and spreading out wider and wider. And she wondered why she could hear that hum when she couldn't even make a sound herself. And she started heading through the woods towards the light. And while heading through the woods, she could see the way the light was shining and dappling through the trees. And as she arrived near the light, she could see that above her, above the trees, was some kind of a spaceship, just hovering there. And so she watched, unsure what to do, and then it started lowering itself down, before landing in a clearing in the middle of the woods. And she was still curious why she could hear this, and why it was that she should be unfrozen when everything else seemed to be frozen. And what looked like a door opened on that ship, and she snuck over to the door, snuck into that ship. And once in the ship, sounds seemed normal. It was as if time on the ship was running normal. And no sooner had she boarded the ship, the door closed, and that ship rose off the ground. And she walked through the ship, trying to find whoever was on board. And she found what looked a bit like a bridge of a ship. And in this room was one single person, and they looked as human as she did. And they welcomed her aboard. They said they'd been waiting for her. They knew that she would come. And as she looked out the screen in front, she saw that this ship was rising up through snow. And she couldn't tell whether the snow looked like it was moving because the ship was moving through it, or whether the snow actually was moving. And then, almost in a blink of an eye, the ship darted through the clouds, and in a fraction of a second, she could just see stars. and she felt no movement. And she asked what was going on. And they explained that they know that she comes here regularly, every single year, same time, each year. That she sees in winter solstice here. And that this year she's to make a discovery. And this discovery is important for the future. But the only way for it to be important for the future is for her to go on a journey. And that in the future they're far more advanced than in the past. That not only have they created these ships, but they've also created ways of connecting through time, effectively creating portals. And the portals aren't particularly big, they take a lot of energy. And so they have to transport through the portal piece by piece, and then rebuild things like this ship on this side of the portal, and so the ships can't travel through time. But the people who fly the ships can travel through the portals, as can everything that goes into making the ships. And so at important times they can send through all the relevant equipment for making a ship. And they have nanotechnology that's programmed, and it just builds the ship for them rapidly. They just have to wait for it to be done. And some things they can use resources from back in the past. But generally, they send everything through from their time. And they can't create portals to go too far into the future or too far into the past. They're trapped in a period of a few hundred years, either side. But this one event was important, that a discovery is going to be made here tonight. But the only way for this woman to give it the relevant significance is for her to have this experience. And no sooner had this person finished talking, she realized that she was no longer looking at just stars out of the front of the ship. She could see the moon Titan, and she could see that it was upside down, and that the ship had obviously gone into orbit around Titan. And she asked why they're here. She recognized Titan, but she didn't know why they would be here. And they explained that in about 30 years there'll be probes here on Titan which end up discovering that there's unique life living here. That they'll be sending probes that will drift around in the oceans on Titan. They'll have probes that will fly in the skies of Titan. And at first, they won't realise that there's life here. They'll detect plenty of organic matter, but they won't necessarily conclude it's definitely life. And then they're going to discover a cave. And when they first explore that cave, they won't expect to find any life in it. But in that cave, eventually they'll realise that just as on Earth, where molten lava rises up through volcanoes, here liquid water rises up through volcanoes. And in that liquid water is life, and deep enough under the surface where that water remains liquid is life. And there are pockets in caves where they're protected enough and deep enough from the outside that they remain that bit warmer. And they're going to discover that the life here is advanced, not technologically advanced, but not just bacterial or single-celled life. And that for the discovery you're going to make, you need to see this yourself first. Not so that you pass that information on, they told the woman, but so that you understand what you've discovered, so that you give importance to your discovery that will help shape the future. And the woman asked about paradoxes, saying that if they're coming back to tell her this, and that this is what's going to make her give the significance that's going to lead to change in the future, then does that mean that if they didn't come back and tell her this, she wouldn't have given it the significance? And so they wouldn't come back and tell her because she wouldn't have given significance. And they explain that it's happened, and the fact that it's happened means it'll be successful. It's a part of this timeline, whatever way you look at it. And they guide her to a small little pod, and the two of them enter this pod. And the pod launches, dropping out of the bottom of that ship and guiding its way down to Titan. And down on Titan, it automatically steers its way to where it needs to go, parks its way up. This person tells the woman to change into the suit in the cupboard beside her. The two of them change into their suits. Before heading into an airlock space at the back of this pod. The door closes behind them to the rest of the pod, and then the door in front of them opens up. And the two of them walk out onto Titan. And what they walk out onto is slightly slushy water, only it's not water. She's told that it's liquid methane, and so she slushes through that. And she watches as these bizarrely large raindrops seem to be slowly falling from the sky, warping and moving around as they fall, almost like large bubbles blown by a child. And the two of them walk over to a tall mountain, and the woman can hear the person's voice through a headset into her suit. And they say that this is a volcano, and they're going to be heading into a cave. And they head in to that cave, and as they do, the slight sound from outside fades away. And she notices, although the pitch of the sound is different, that it has a vaguely familiar sound of being in a cave on Earth. And their lights on their suits illuminate the way, and lights that point at angles illuminate the walls around them. And they walk deeper and deeper into this cave. And she notices the air pressure changing as they descend, as they follow that cave round and down, deeper and deeper, until they find what almost looks like a hole in the ground. And she goes and has a look at that, and sees that it's at a slight angle, and they attach a little hook just outside that hole. They both throw some wire that's attached to the hook down the hole, and then lying on their backs and holding onto that wire, they descend, and almost like being on a slide, they slide down that hole at that angle, almost like a water chute, before suddenly having their lights illuminating a vast cavern. And they see stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and they hear splashing in what turns out to be water below. They find themselves almost stood on the edge of a vast underground lake. And then the woman hears an almost familiar sound, and she turns to the person with her and says, "It sounds like there are dolphins down here." And she sees the person through their suit, smiling. And she turns back towards the water, and she tries to look out across the water. And then she sees a little cloud puff up above the water, and catches the slightest glimpse of what looks like the back of perhaps a dolphin-like creature. And the person with her gets out an inflatable raft. He has a small little canister with him, attaches that to the raft, and the raft rapidly inflates. He puts it on the water. The two of them climb on that raft and start paddling out into the lake. And the person talks about how this is like a lava chamber in a volcano, except this one is water, and that there are networks, interconnected tunnels, some with some air, some with no air. But the air wouldn't be breathable to a human. But it just allows a bit of circulation. And as they move out towards the centre of the lake, the woman sees that dolphin-like creature break the surface and come and investigate. And as it does, and it gets nearer and nearer to that inflatable raft, she notices that it looks a lot like a dolphin. Its proportions are slightly different, but it definitely looks like a very similar creature. And the person explains that they're actually an incredibly advanced race that came here, that an ancestor of whales and dolphins was some of the first to seed different places in the universe with advanced life forms. But as time has gone on, they've become more accepting of being at one with their environment, that the original creature that came here many, many millions of years ago would have been focused on technology, on exploration. But gradually, as time went by, they spent more time in their environment and enjoying their new home, and less time focusing on feeling apart from their environment. And over millions of years, on different planets, they've gone on to change into something that's just more suited to their environment than the environment they started suited to. And the woman found this fascinating, and they were told that these suits protect you from the elements. And so we can dive under the water, and there's something to show you. And they drop off the sides of that inflatable raft. They descend under the water, their lights illuminating that water. They see under the water that there's a thriving ecosystem, that there's many different fish-like creatures and sea-like creatures. And they get led into an underwater cave. They travel along this underwater cave. And the woman follows this person out of that cave, up into another cave. And as she comes out in this other cave, she's surprised by what she sees. She sees what looks like dwellings and monuments. And the person explains that these are relics from that old time, from that civilization that came here millions of years ago. And as she looked at them, she noticed that there were some symbols that seemed to be on a lot of the monuments here. And the person explained that those symbols are like a map that explains where they came from. That the symbols mark out the planets and the star of their own system, and mark out the galaxy and a point in the galaxy where that star system is. That it seems that they wanted to save this and have this stand the test of time, in case anything in the future reached a point where it was advanced enough to understand. And the woman and this person explored this area, and she asked how often others had visited here, because this person knew where they were going. And they said that no one at this time has visited here. They are the first. But in the future, it's been regularly visited, as many monuments have. And after they leave that cave, climb back up that hole, pulling themselves up with the wire, find their way back out of the volcano and back to that pod, and they enter the first stage of the pod, and the person tells them to put their arms out, and they get sprayed down within the pod. And then they get a blast of hot air in the pod. And then a light changes, the other pod door opens, and they walk through to the main part of the pod, take their suits off. And the person explains that the main reason that that's necessary is partly for the risk of contamination, but also because you've walked through liquid methane to get back onto the ship. And the temperature on board the ship, once you're beyond that first stage in the pod, is a comfortable temperature for humans, which isn't a temperature you really want all that liquid methane to be at. Not with all of the electronics and everything. And the woman understands. And they take off from Titan, pass through the clouds, pass back up to the ship circling Titan overhead. And the pod docks itself with the ship. And then the ship leaves the orbit of Titan, and the woman says, "So what is it I'm going to find? What is it that's so important? What am I supposed to have learned?" And the person says, "It'll all make sense once you find it. But you needed this experience to understand the finding." And then that ship takes her back to where it found her. She asks about why everything seemed frozen, why time seemed to have stood still, other than her and the ship and them. Why she was able to hear the ship, why she was able to see the light from the ship. When time seemed to be stood still. And they explained that part of the technology they've got not only lets them create portals, but their ships, when powered, send out a pulse that can seem to create a ripple through space and time, that within a certain area will freeze time. And then as you get further and further away from that, gradually time will seem to run slower. But generally, people don't notice when the time is just running a bit slower, because a ship isn't around for that long. So by the time you're thinking, it's something different, the ship has already passed by, and that they can target an individual or select individuals, including themselves, with almost like a force field that protects them from the effects. In the same way that you can be in a Faraday cage to protect yourself from electricity. And so that can be projected onto an individual like her, as well as it being built into the ship, so that the time changes don't affect anything on the ship. And that this technology is too advanced to really be explaining. And those affected by the time changes are part of the time changes and rarely notice. Because you have to be outside of the time changes to really notice that something's different. And she leaves that ship as it arrives at the woods. And then after a little while she's walking back out into the clearing, the snow starts to fall again, and that snowball suddenly splats down next to her. And she can hear the sound of the water lapping on the shore. She can feel the coolness on her cheeks of the air. She knocks one of the trees with her hand as some snow falls from the branches. And she heads to the cabin, walks into the cabin. She can hear that crackling fire. And with everything seeming so normal again, she starts to doubt her experience, because it seemed so surreal, even though she experienced it with her own senses. And she recalls stories of people claiming UFO abductions, and how fantastical they can sound and unbelievable, and wonders whether people then end up not believing themselves, that on some level they think, I'm sure I had this experience, while on another level they're doubting whether they had the experience because of its fantastical nature. And then, as the fire is burning down to embers, she heads to bed and begins to drift and float so comfortably asleep. And the next morning, she awakens. She looks out of the bedroom window. She can see the glistening blanket of snow as the sun shines down on it. She can see how still everything looks. She goes and has breakfast, leaves the cabin, crunches out into the snow, and she can't see any trace of her experiences the night before. And she goes walking into the woods and begins to explore in the woods. And today is the winter solstice. And so she finds that perfect spot in the woods. There's a monument in a clearing in the woods that's been there for many years, that's thought to have been placed by an old culture many years ago. And it's often reported that the arrangement of the stones is specifically aligned for the winter solstice, and so she comes here every year, heads to this monument and this stone circle, and observes the winter solstice. And once she arrives there, she sets up a little camp, sets up a tent, a campfire. She plans on spending the night out here, and she gathers some firewood, clears away some of the snow, reinforces her tent with snow around the tent, also adding some extra protection from the elements. Almost like having an igloo built around the tent. And as she has done many times over the years, she goes over to the monument, touches it with her hand, feeling that cold stone under her fingertips and her palm. And she walks around the monument, and there are no noticeable features to the stones. They just look like shaped stones. But then she notices something glisten slightly off in the distance. And she heads over to that glistening in the distance. And it's near the water's edge, where a river from the lake flows around and passes by the back of this monument. And she realizes that the river is a lot lower than it normally is, and she had noticed that up by the lake, that the water was lower than normal. And she hadn't thought about how that means it's probably lower than normal at the river. But because it was lower, something just slightly sticking out of the mud was visible, catching the sun and glistening. And it was near enough to the water's edge that there was no snow right here, because the water would flow along the shoreline and would lap on the shore. And as she dug around this thing that she'd found, she then rose it up out of the mud, and it was a small stone tablet. And on this tablet was that same pattern that was on Titan. And this confirmed to her that it wasn't a dream. And she realized that perhaps this entire space, this whole monument, is more than just something made by an old civilization to mark the solstice and other significant times of the year, that's been assumed to be to do with farming and tracking best times to do certain things. That maybe it's a lot older than that, or built on something that's a lot older than that. Because there's this bit which seems to point to it being similar to what was on Titan, that's showing that star, the planets, and its location in the galaxy at that point in time. And so the woman took that back to her tent with her, and it was just the size of a large book, what she'd found. Something that she probably wouldn't have thought much of it, would have just assumed it was part of this monument, and that these markings weren't really relevant had she not seen the other monument. And she had something to eat as she carried on with the day. As the sun rose to its peak, before beginning to set again. Then after the sun began setting, she could see a hawk flying overhead. She could hear it, occasionally letting out a lot of noise, and wondered what that meant. Whether it was signalling its territory, perhaps signaling to other hawks. But her mind kept on coming back to that slab. And as it started getting darker, the temperature began to cool, and so she wrapped herself up in the most comfortable blanket in this tent, feeling that warmth from the fire near the tent, hearing the breeze pick up slightly as the sun sets lower and lower. And she realizes the importance of this moment, that things for her may never be the same again, that she's going to be sharing that slab, and that scientists will investigate, and they'll try and figure out what it all means, and she'll be able to explain what she thinks, but won't be able to say how she knows that. And she doesn't feel anyone would believe her if she said that humans from the future came back and told her, and that she'd been to Titan. But she could say, doesn't it look a little bit like this? And pose the idea and start to get scientists exploring the idea. And she knows where that takes the future. She knows that it'll lead to them discovering that humans aren't alone in the universe, that humans weren't the first technologically advanced race. And it will lead to that future that that person came back from. And once the last of the light had left the sky, and she was able to look up at that blanket of stars, while listening to that campfire crackling near the tent, and seeing the slightest sight of an aurora in the sky, the occasional shooting star overhead, she drifted and floated, so comfortably asleep. And that night, she dreamt the most incredible dreams, before awakening the next morning, clearing everything away, heading back to that cabin one last time, packing everything away in the cabin, and heading back home. And once home, she started the process of sharing that tablet, sharing where it was found, and her ideas about it. And she was sat at home, with her dog sat at her legs, and a cat sat on her table beside her laptop, while she was typing messages to different people, sharing images of that tablet. And occasionally that cat would walk across the laptop and lie straight across her hands and the keypad while she's trying to work, and would just lie there and purr. And she would have to then pick it up and hold it on her lap and stroke that cat for a little while, to give it enough attention that it would let her work for a little bit longer before it would come back, plop itself down beside her on the table, and then after a few moments of not getting the attention it wants, it would move back to her hands again, rest itself across her hands and the keypad, and that cycle would go on all day long. And then, feeling a sense of excitement about her role in the future, she went to bed, settled down, and found herself drifting so pleasantly, so relaxed asleep, knowing that she was going to awaken, feeling refreshed, revitalized in the morning. As she rested there drifting and floating comfortably asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this guided sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift comfortably and relaxed to sleep, you can have a sense of being on a train, and it's an old-fashioned train. It's a steam train. And all of the wood of the train is carved so ornately, with such incredible craftsmanship. And you can hear that train as it clickety-clacks over the track. And you're on a long journey. Then you're travelling out from London on this steam train, heading north. And as you leave the lights of London, so everything outside the window gets darker and darker. And you can see the shadowy figures of the trees passing by the sides of the train, out of the windows. You can notice the full moon illuminating distant hills and countryside. You can notice pockets of towns with small areas of lights dotted among those fields. And you're on this journey with a friend. And as it's getting later and later, while you make this journey, you relax back into the seat. You have a table between you and your friend. You have some bits put down on that table. You tuck yourself up into the corner near the window and the edge of the seat. You wrap yourself up in the most snuggly, warm coat. And you just close your eyes for a minute. And with your eyes closed, you can feel that movement of the train continuing along the track, hearing the clickety-clack of the train on those tracks. You can hear the mumble of other people on the train in the carriage. And you feel the sense almost like being rocked gently asleep. And you begin to comfortably drift and float into a reverie. And this train journey is a long train journey. It'll be travelling all the way up to Scotland. And you don't have a bed to sleep in during this journey, which is why you're going to sleep here. And you'll try and drift asleep and stay asleep all night long, so that you wake up just as the train arrives in Scotland and as you near your destination. And while you drift into your reverie, you start to have this sense of paddling a boat down a river, almost like the rocking of that train on the tracks becomes the rocking of the boat on the water. And you begin to hear the sound of the oars as you push the water back, raise those oars out of the water, hearing the slight splashing of the water dripping off of the oars before the plopping sound as you put those oars back into the water and push them through the water again, propelling that boat forward little by little. And you can feel the warmth of the sun and begin to have a sense of your surroundings and discovering yourself, rowing down a river, seeing forest on either side and a lush green bank between the water's edge and the start of the forest. And you realize that you're having a lucid dream, that you're aware of dreaming and aware that this is a dream, but at the same time having a level of control over the dream, an autonomy in this dream. And so you continue going with the dream, rowing down this river. And after a while of rowing, you pull over to the riverbank. You climb out of the boat, you pull it up onto the shore a little, and you can hear the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the sounds of birds, the distant sounds of monkeys and other animals in the forest. And you can discover a sense of deep relaxation from those sounds, from the greens and the blue sky, the colours of nature. And you set up a camp on the edge of the riverbank. You gather some wood from the forest. You shave off some of the outside of some of the wood. You start a campfire. And you sit by that campfire listening to it crackling and popping, feeling its warmth, and noticing the sun setting, the changing colours, from the blue sky changing to oranges and reds, and then to a dark blue, and then noticing the stars in the sky, bright white and twinkling, and noticing how, as the sky changes colour, so the animals that are making sounds change as well. The daytime animals quieten down, and certain nighttime sounds begin to increase. And you notice that the sound of the water of the river changes as the temperature of the air above the water changes, that it sounds more relaxing and softer as it flows by. And you appreciate that glow of the fire far more now the sun has set, and the warmth from that fire. And you relax back into the camp that you've built. And as you're aware that this is a lucid dream, you can begin to have the thought of the unusual nature of falling asleep and dreaming about falling asleep. And almost with a smile on your face, you relax back in that camp with the sound of that crackling fire, the sounds of nature, the sounds of that water flowing by. Then you drift so comfortably, so peacefully asleep. And the next morning, when you awaken feeling so incredible, so invigorated, so full of energy and ready for the day ahead, you're surprised to be greeted by the most beautiful swarm of butterflies with almost electric blue incandescent wings that seem to shimmer and almost sparkle in the morning sunlight, almost making it look like there's blue sparkling diamonds flying through the sky, seemingly erratically, just shimmering there. Discovering it's almost hypnotic with the amount of silence that's there. And you watch as they fly by, and then they begin to spread out, and they head into the trees and seem to land in the trees. And you notice more and more butterflies appearing and then flying into specific trees, until those trees almost seem to vibrate with twinkling, sparkling coming from the wings of those butterflies that seem to almost outnumber the leaves of those trees, making the trees almost take on an electric blue hue. And then once those butterflies have settled in, you instinctively continue your journey. But you continue on foot for a little while as you head along the riverbank a bit before turning into the forest and beginning to push your way through that forest. And to start with, it's hard going pushing through the forest, but as you get in the swing of things, you find it gets easier and easier. And after a while, you find yourself coming out into a clearing. And in this clearing you can see an ancient temple that looks like an old pyramid. And you walk over towards that temple. And you first of all walk around the temple. You run your hands around the stonework, really appreciating and feeling that stonework under your fingertips. And then you go to the entrance. You push open a stone door, which seems to slide open far easier than you would expect for a stone door. You light a torch, hearing that flame burst to life on the end of that stick. And you walk inside the temple. And as you walk inside the temple, so you can notice the way the light dances and the shadows move around the walls. You can notice the breeze softly blowing through the entrance, down into the chamber, past your cheeks, around your neck, almost softening and relaxing the muscles around your neck, almost like the gentlest, softest massage, almost like fingertips just gently encouraging the muscles to relax, giving you a sign that being here is safe, is a calm and relaxing place to be. And you notice the way the sound has changed from outside the temple to inside the temple. The temperature has cooled slightly. And you can hear each footstep gently echo off the walls as you walk deeper and deeper into the chamber. And after a while, the chamber opens out, almost like there's a large hall. And in the middle, you see a hole. And you head over to that hole. And you shine that torch down the hole. And you can see that it's a long way down. And there's a rope ladder leading down there. And so you carefully navigate your way down that rope ladder, deeper and deeper beneath this temple. And when you turn around and you look around you, you can see symbols all over the walls. And they all seem to somehow intuitively make sense, although you don't feel that you've ever seen them before. Almost like some kind of proto-language, something that just instinctively seems to make sense to you as you look at it, even if you've never seen it in the past. And you work your way round and realize it's telling the story of an ancient civilization. It's telling the story of a civilization that was given knowledge from people from the stars. And you continue to read this story, walking around this underground cavern. It talks about these aliens landing and educating about where they came from, educating about facts about the earth, sharing different knowledge. It talks about some of the technology that they had, things which made no sense back then. And then it talks about them leaving and then becoming worshipped almost like gods, hoping for a return one day, and always looking up to the stars and building temples pointing up to the stars, trying to align the temples with the specific stars in the area that the aliens came from. And then, once you've walked all the way around, almost back to where you started, you see that the last thing seems to almost be a ritual that seems to say that there was a magic spell that you could do to connect with the gods. And then it describes it. And it says to use the chair in the middle of the room. And so you look over, you check out that chair. And you realise that the chair is actually like a curved, body-formed rock that looks like it's carved out of a single stone. And then you read what you have to do. It tells you to sit on that chair, and that the chair is orientated towards the relevant star. And you're to focus your attention on that star, which is at an angle just above your head. And with all of your attention on that star, you're to count back in your mind. And as you count back in your mind, you extend each out-breath, deepening and relaxing yourself, entraining your brain waves to connect with a targeted frequency beam of psychic energy from the aliens from that world. And you don't know whether this will work, but you decide to give it a go anyway. And so you go and sit on that chair. You put the torch in a holder beside you. You find that chair surprisingly comfortable for one made entirely out of stone. You realise as your fingertips touch the stone around you that chair, that stone, seems to be so soft, almost like touching soft rubber, except that it's got the firmness of stone. And you close your eyes. And you begin to breathe, calming yourself down a little. And then you focus on where that star is, just above your head. And you begin to count backwards. And as you count backwards with each out-breath, so you drift deeper and deeper relaxed. And the deeper and deeper relaxed you become, the greater the connection you feel. Almost as if you have this sense of energy beginning to synchronize. Almost like where you have two waveforms, two notes, and you're trying to turn the dials, and you can hear how those notes are gradually getting closer and closer to each other. You can hear the difference between each frequency until all of a sudden you can just hear the single frequency and you just have the one note. And you suddenly connect with that frequency. And you realize that you're not connecting with other aliens. You're connecting with an automated psychic beacon that seems to pulse out knowledge. And you can feel that knowledge passing down into your head, down through your body, almost filling you with that knowledge and wisdom of the universe. And you suddenly have this sense of the word fortitude. And you wonder about that word. And that knowledge passes through you. And while it's passing through you and into you and filling you up, and you can feel yourself learning wisdom, you notice that it's passing into you almost like it's got colours, like it starts working through the colours of the rainbow. And you can feel a sense almost like you have an aura around you, changing colours, until all that knowledge is within you. And then that beacon seems to stop. And as the beacon stops, your eyes open and you find yourself on that seat. And you climb off the seat and you feel slightly lightheaded with all the knowledge that's just entered into you. And you start thinking and introspecting about that knowledge. And you realise that you seem to have access to everything that's just happened. And you pick up the torch and you find your way out of the chamber, back up into the main part of this pyramid, of this temple, and all the way out of the temple. And as you exit the temple, so you hear the sound of a train whistle, and you suddenly feel the ground rocking slightly. And then you hear the clickety-clack of the track. And then you can feel the coolness of the window on the temple of your head. And you gently open your eyes and you find yourself sitting opposite your friend. On that train, you see that it's not yet morning, but the sun is probably not far under the horizon, because there's a little bit of light outside, enough for you to be able to see that a thick fog that's low to the ground seems to have appeared around the countryside, and you can see the way the train is passing through that fog, the way it's almost spraying up like something passing through water. And you can see when you look up that the sky is still clear. There's just that very thick, low layer of fog. You can see the tops of trees, the tops of tall bushes as you pass by them, and gradually see more and more light beginning to appear, knowing that morning is approaching. And then, suddenly, something unusual happens. You see what almost looks like lightning within the fog. And there's no sound to that lightning, just flashing light within the fog and zigzagging lights within the fog. And then in an instant, there's darkness. And then almost an instant later, it seems to be the middle of the day. And you find yourself on a train in unfamiliar surroundings. You're looking out the window still, and yet what you're looking at now is a mountainous area, but not Scotland. It's not the area you're expecting to see. And even if it was, it shouldn't have changed this much in such a short space of time. And you notice that others on the train, who are also awake, are equally as perplexed by this. And the train slows down, and comes to a halt. And a guard walks down the train and is telling everyone in each carriage there's nothing to worry about. Something strange seems to have happened. And they're just looking at what that is. And the driver's just trying to figure this out. And so you and your friend get up and walk to the door in the carriage. And you want to go outside and investigate, see where you are. And so you tentatively open the door, peer back down the track towards the back of the train. And you can see back there seems to be almost like a black hole on the track that seems to have some fog around its base. What looks like electricity sparking off of that hole. And you get out of the train and you walk towards that. And then you see somebody appear who explains that a science experiment has gone wrong. That they're working on trying to make things invisible by manipulating electromagnetism. And they had to pump more and more power into their experiment. And they were trying to hit a critical amount of power. And then they hit that amount of power. But instead of the thing they were making invisible turning invisible, it seemed to open up a rift through space-time. And that seemed to open up here. And that it didn't just open up one rift, that by manipulating and twisting electromagnetism, it somehow warped space-time, opening up 8 different rifts, almost all in a circle around the central experiment. And they've been travelling around to get to each rift, to check each one out, and to make sure that nothing comes through them. Only this one happened to be right on a train track. And unfortunately a train was coming along at exactly the point where it suddenly appeared. And the train had no way of stopping or avoiding it. And so here they are. And you look at those scientists, and you can instantly notice they definitely don't look like they're from your time period. They seem to be from a long time in the future. And just some of the words they use don't really make sense. You can understand them, but they seem to just talk a little differently, like their language is slightly different, yet familiar. And so you ask about how to get back. And they say that they'll need you to go back through with the train, but they also need to close these rifts. And that they could perhaps do with your help and the help of others to make sure that everything goes back the way it was. They want to know what it was about these locations. And so they want to be able to interview the people who've come through. They want to know about the experiences. And so they check out that nothing else is likely to come through this rift. They make sure that no other trains will be coming along that bit of track. And then they begin to interview people on the train. They find out in one carriage, people are carrying on, almost unaware of what's been going on, almost unaware the train's even stopped. They're just so busy celebrating a birthday, having a bunch of people standing around singing happy birthday to one of the children and giving them a cake, that child blowing out the candles, and then focusing on opening presents, as if it's a typical morning. And you ask why they don't seem bothered, and they say that it's one of the children's birthday. They're carrying on. Things will get sorted in their own time. It's not a problem. It's just more to talk about and share about the experience. And then in other carriages, there are people complaining about how they want to get to their destination, and then the staff attempting to talk to them and tell them everything will be okay. They'll be on their way shortly. And these scientists talk to the different people, ask them about their experiences, what they saw, what happened, what they were doing beforehand. And there's no easy way to get the train back through the rift. Because the train struggles with reversing with all the carriages behind it. So it has to make a journey further down the line to a junction where it can pass onto a different track that curves around and then comes back to another junction that allows them to rejoin this track again. But then when they're back through the hole, back through that rip in space-time, they'll be facing the wrong direction. So they're then going to have to somehow safely do a similar thing on the other side. And the driver's talking about how unfeasible that is at the other side. And so they have to try and figure out an alternative way back through that rift. And in the end, they find that the only way is that all the people will have to go through separately to be back in their own time. So as they get interviewed, before it gets sealed, they all step back into their own time without a train. And then the scientists say that they'll use some of their machinery to push that train backwards once all the people are off of it. And so when everyone's back through, they all stand aside and they can see through that hole advanced looking technology that seems to almost hover just above the ground, almost hovering on blue light. And that blue light seems to make the lightest humming sound. And they begin to push that train backwards, while having other machines steadying the carriages. And part of it pushes on each individual carriage, as well as just the engine. Because part of the problem is that pushing on the engine, which is the heaviest part, can push and end up damaging the carriages behind it. And so it seems to be such a slow process of that train just carefully inching its way back into this reality, and noticing how the sun has now long risen and is already almost on the way to setting again. And eventually, just as the sun's setting again, having spent an entire day not moving any further than this rip in space and time, and the whole train is through, and the scientists double check that everyone is on the right side of the rift. Before then, doing something on their side, and that rift vanishes. And you turn to your friend and you ask them if they just saw what you saw, if they've just spent the day having the same experience. Because although you know that you have, a part of you feels you need to hear it from someone else. And they tell you that they have just shared this experience with you, and that no one will probably believe them when all the passengers try and tell others what happened, and everyone boards the train again. And the train continues on its journey. But this time, you don't fall asleep as the train continues on. You arrive in Scotland, and rather than arriving around the middle of the day, you arrive very late at night, many hours before the sun's rising. And you leave the train. You head off to a hotel that you're staying at. You sit in the bar for a while, talking with your friend. You have a meal. One of you eating kidney, the other eating lasagna. And then you head off to bed. You go up to your room. You find room 42. Open the door. You get that smell of a hotel room in an old hotel full of wooden beams. You lie down on the bed, the most comfortable bed you've ever slept in, and you wonder whether that bed is extra comfy because of the journey you've just had, because of the couple of days you've had, because your last night's sleep was leaning on a window, and you sink so comfortably into that bed, and you drift peacefully asleep. And the next day, you awaken in good time for breakfast. And you sit at the desk in the hotel room. You pick up the most beautiful fountain pen that's on that desk, and the hotel's own notepads. And you decide to write
with that pen, and you can hear the slight scratching sound of that pen as it moves across the pad. You can see the ink going from wet to gradually drying on the page before your eyes, and feel the flowing of that ink through the pen as you continue to write. And so you continue to write that note, just writing down your thoughts from the last few days, writing down what you've been grateful for, what you look forward to. And a smile can come to your mind while you read that back to yourself, before tearing off the sheet of paper from the pad, folding that sheet of paper and keeping that sheet of paper on you while you leave the room, head down for breakfast, and you meet your friend at breakfast, and then both, after breakfast, head off out, feeling the coolness of the air outside the hotel, seeing the Scottish Highlands, and hiking your way up into those highlands, looking over the lochs, smelling that fresh, clean air, feeling the wind on your face, and just enjoying being in nature. And then as you hike across the highlands, you see someone walking towards you. And as they walk towards you, you look forward to seeing the dog that they've got walking beside them. But as they get closer, you notice it isn't a dog. They've got a cat walking along beside them. And they stop and they say good morning. And as they stop and say good morning, you look down at the cat. You see the cat has stopped also, and the cat is now weaving around this person's legs. And they notice you looking at the cat, and they say that the cat, Tyrone, goes everywhere with them, that Tyrone loves adventures. And so you lean down and you crouch down, and Tyrone comes up to you, knocks his head against you. You put out your hand, he rubs his head against your hand, then his neck, wiggles his ears, rubs his side against you, and his tail. As you let his tail slide through your hand, before Tyrone turns around and comes back to rub himself against you again on the other side of his body, before then seeming to almost lose the use of his legs and flopping down like a heavy weight onto your feet and starting to purr. And you almost instinctively have that sense of stroking his belly, his side, and you can feel the warmth from him. And after a little while of stroking his belly, even though he's purring away, suddenly he seems to clasp at your hand in a playful way, almost seeming to wrestle with your hand. And then you know you have to continue your journey, and they have to continue theirs. And so you stand up, and you can see that Tyrone really wants to stay and play. and you know that you can't and they can't, and so you continue your journey. And once you're at the highest point you can go, you look out over the view. You close your eyes, breathe in some of that fresh air, breathing that deeply into your lungs, almost like breathing in relaxation and then breathing out any stress or tension. And then you gaze down over a lock, and you can see that it'd be very easy to make the journey down to one of those lakes down there. And so the two of you head down towards that lake. And when you arrive at it, you put your hand into the water on the lake's edge. And you feel that that water seems to be surprisingly warm, that you're expecting it to be cold. Then your friend explains that this specific lake is over an area of hot rock, and so it always stays much warmer than the surrounding areas. And so you get yourself kitted up for going for a dip in the lake. You tentatively walk into the lake. And once you're up to your waist, you lie back and you close your eyes and you just feel that weightlessness of floating on the lake. The warmth of the sun on your face, the coolness of the breeze on your cheeks, the feeling of that water tickling your skin with the surface tension, and that water being of a temperature that's just right to make it so that with your eyes closed, as the water becomes more still, as you become more still, you can almost not realize you're floating in water. The temperature is so similar to your own that you just don't notice it. And you could be floating in space or anywhere. And you find it such a peaceful and relaxing experience. Then you hear a splash as your friend has come in the water as well. And then they do the same. And the two of you just float around for a while before heading back to shore and getting dressed far quicker than you got undressed because of the coolness of the air against your wet bodies. And then you see a little way along the shore is a cabin, and so you feel that maybe that would be a good place to warm up, having come out of that water. And you head down to the cabin, and it doesn't look like there's anyone there, but you knock anyway, and no one answers. And so you open the door and say hello as you open the door. And the door gently creaks open. You walk into that cabin. And the cabin is dim, with just the ambient light shining in through the windows. And as you open the door, you disturb some of the dust in the cabin, and can see that dust dancing and floating in the beams of light through the windows. You walk over to the fireplace, and you see that there's wood in the fireplace that can be lit. And so you light that fire, and instantly there's the most beautiful glow in this cabin. And with that glow, you begin to see more about what's in the cabin. You can see that there are bookshelves around all the walls, densely packed with old books. And you walk over to one of those shelves, and you blow the dust off the old books, and as you blow that dust, so the dust seems to spread from the books, as if you've just blown glitter. It just seems to sparkle and seems to almost chime, almost like the softest bells have just been blown off that shelf. The tiniest, almost like microscopic bells, thousands of bells, all catching the light, sparkling and twinkling, as that chiming softly fades. And then you blow again on the dust, and this time you notice a very slight glowing around the books. And you wonder why you didn't notice that the first time, but then think perhaps you were just too preoccupied by the sparkling dust. And you pick one of those books off the shelf, and you carefully open that book. And as you do, a blue light begins to just gently shine from the pages, illuminating the room. And you begin to feel this deep sense of well-being and serenity, as if somehow emanating from the pages of that book, straight onto your face, onto your cheeks, and then through your body is that light, healing, relaxing. And you turn the page and there's a green light, seeming to heal and relax through you. And then you turn a page again, and another shade of light. And you realize that somehow these books on this bookshelf are magic. And as you then reach forward and touch the sides of the bookshelf, so the whole bookshelf vanishes, and in place of the bookshelf, you just see the frame of that shelf. And you see an entirely new world, the other side. And you look back and your friend is just sat there in front of the fire keeping warm. And none of this has particularly made much sound, and they don't seem to be aware at all of what has just happened. And so you get their attention, and they looked over, startled by what they see. And you take your hands off the side of the bookcase, and all the books are back in place. And you wonder how this works from the other side, whether you'd be able to make it through again. And you don't know whether you want to explore it now, or whether maybe you'll come back here sometime in the future. And as you're wondering all this, so out of the window, you see that person and their cat walking past again. And you open the door. And you talk to each other about how you're seeing each other again. And they say that they're just continuing wandering, exploring, that they've headed one way turned around and now they're heading home. And you ask who owns this little shack. And they say they don't know. It appears to be abandoned. It's been here for years. That this cabin, they've never explored it themselves. And while you're having this conversation, so the cat comes up to the cabin, wanders into the cabin, and seems to enjoy being by the fire. And then it walks over to one of the walls, and it sits staring up in the corner. And at first you don't notice and no one else notices. Then after a while you're aware that this cat, which is normally very friendly and makes itself known, you're aware that it hasn't been doing that. And this somehow, despite it being in action, seems to interrupt the conversation. And you find yourselves looking at the cat, wondering what the cat is looking at. And you go over to the cat, and you ask the cat, almost expecting a response, what they're looking at. And you almost get down on the same level as the cat, and you look up at the eye level of the cat, trying to see what they're looking at. And they just seem to be sat there staring. And then you hear the floorboards creak slightly. And you don't think anything of it really. It's an old cabin. Until you notice the cat's eyes have moved. And you realise this cat seems to see something that's unseen. And so you pretend that you haven't noticed this. And you walk round in front of where the cat's looking, where its eyes are tracking. And you quickly step sideways to be in front of wherever they're looking. And you feel yourself bumped into. And as you get bumped into, so a person fully dressed in purple seems to almost decloak in front of you. And this startles everyone for a moment, but you quickly realise that they seem very friendly, and they explain that this is their cabin. They've lived here for centuries, that they look after the lock. They make sure that the magic here is looked after. And they're not really good with people, so they always make themselves disappear when people are around, hoping that people will just stay briefly before moving on and carrying on with their journeys. And it's rare for people to stay longer than that. The people normally are hiking from one location to another, but perhaps just need somewhere to rest very briefly. And so they explain that they just make themselves invisible and stand in a corner, out of the way. People come in, they look around, they admire the place, and people normally then, once rested and refreshed, carry on with their journeys, and are perfectly respectful of the environment of the cabin, and that in hundreds of years you're the first to notice them. And so you ask them If they're hundreds of years old, how long do they live? Who are they? Where are they from? And they explain that there was a time when there were wizards, there were witches, there are many creatures that are nowadays thought of as mythical, and that some things have passed into legend, and some of those legends are true, others are exaggerations of the truth. That there's even a lady who lives in the lake outside. It just turns out that there are stories about a lady in a lake, and they got the wrong lake, because the stories have travelled through time. And there's a sense of fascination at what's being told, and they ask what's through the portal or through that bookcase that they saw. And they say that's a connection to a spirit world, to a world where many of the mythical creatures still exist, a world where everyone's free to be themselves, where people don't hide the fact that they can do magic. People aren't afraid of dragons. The world there hasn't progressed in the same way as the world here. It's just one of those connecting points between the two worlds, but that you can never really go through there if you're just a normal human, because as soon as you release your hands from the bookcase, the portal shuts, and on the other side of the portal, there isn't a way back by doing the same thing. But there is ways humans can go through and can return, but it's best to have guidance to do that. And as it's getting later and later, they advise that that isn't something for them now, and the person with their cat Tyrone, almost in a state of confusion, continues their journey, and the whole time this wizard was talking, the cat was rubbing themselves against him, circling through his legs, trying to climb up onto his lap. And he would pet that cat. And so they carried on their journey. And you and your friend carried your journey on, heading back to the hotel. And you knew that you'd be spending a couple more days here before heading all the way back to London, hoping that the train journey back will be more straightforward and less eventful than the train journey here, and that the entire experience has been an unusually eventful one, with two separate types of portals. A scientific portal you did pass through, and a magical portal you wanted to pass through. And you know you'll be wanting to come here on holiday again. And on arrival back at the hotel, aching a little from all the walking, you head down to the spa. You relax in a jacuzzi. And in that jacuzzi are floating lotus flowers that just gently move on the surface of the water. as you lie back, close your eyes and just feel the bubbles massaging your legs, around your belly, your arms, your back, and up around your neck. And then you go and spend some time in some of the spa rooms, smelling different smells, deeply relaxing. Then that night, heading to bed, knowing you've got more holiday to look forward to, more memories to make. And you feel so deeply and comfortably relaxed. You find it so easy to just drift and float asleep. And after a few days on holiday here, the two of you make an uneventful journey all the way home, arriving late at night in London, heading back to your home in London. And despite the pleasure of being away, there's a strange sense of even more pleasure at being back home, at sleeping in your own bed, settling down in your own bed. And you close your eyes and you begin to breathe so comfortably, and you drift asleep. And as you drift asleep, you almost have this sense of your eyes being open even though you know they're closed. And you know that's a sign you've gone so deeply and comfortably asleep. So deeply and comfortably asleep that you've begun dreaming, that you're lucid back in your dreams again. And you find yourself using this experience to learn, to piece together the knowledge, the wisdom of everything you've experienced, how the science and the magic may connect, how the dreams you had during your journey may be connected to all this, as you have this sense almost of floating out of your body, gaining a new perspective on everything. Having this sense of beginning the experience of deeply connecting and understanding the world. Having a tantalizing feeling of everything being just on the tip of your tongue and within grasp. And with that sense of wonder and curiosity, knowing when you awaken in the morning you'll always feel so good and alert and refreshed. You enjoy the experience of drifting, floating, and relaxing asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, you can just take a moment to begin to drift off asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my words or to the spaces between my words. And you can have a sense of a woman waking up in a hotel. And she's in that state between sleep and wakefulness, where she feels so incredibly comfortable. She's got the thickest, most comfortable duvet cover wrapped around her, wrapped up under her chin. Her arm tucked into it, pulling it around, resting her head deeply into the comfortable pillow. Feeling almost like she's resting in a nest so comfortably, so deeply, almost like wrapping a cloud around her. And she can feel a slight coolness in the room on her cheeks. From the window in the hotel being open, she can hear the sounds of birds outside singing. She can notice the light from the morning sun shining onto the curtains, gently illuminating the room, and the slight feeling of that on her eyelids. And her mind is still somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, occasionally drifting into pleasant dreams, before drifting back to being aware of the birds outside, the feeling of the duvet wrapped around her, and then drifting back in to those dreams. And for a little while, and she's unaware of quite how long, she drifts backwards and forwards between wakefulness and sleep, just feeling so deeply comfortable and relaxed. And then after a while, she fully awakens, gets out of the bed. She makes herself a drink. She wraps a warm dressing gown around her. She opens the curtains, breathes in some of that fresh, cool air from outside. Can really notice the sun on her face while she drinks a warm drink. She then heads down for breakfast and finds her attention drifting around the different people, trying to work out the stories of the different people, looking at couples, at families, at people on their own, trying to work out the story of each of those other customers, looking at what different people are choosing to eat. And she's here alone, and so that gives her plenty of time to just observe others. She doesn't have to engage in any conversation. She can just take her time to enjoy breakfast while observing others. And then after breakfast, she heads off out of the hotel, walks down the street. She turns down an alleyway, and then down another alleyway. And there's no one else around down these alleyways. And so she notices how peaceful and quiet it is, just hearing her footsteps. And then she arrives at the back of an old building. And she climbs over a short wall into the back garden of the old building, walks through tall grass of this garden which hasn't been mown or tended to for probably many decades. She pushes through shrubs, vines, squeezes under trees, all the way to the back wall of this old building. And the windows are boarded over. So she carefully prizes open one of those windows, climbs in through that window, and can hear the crunching of her shoes on broken glass as she steps down onto the floor. Can notice shards of light squeezing through cracks in the boarded up windows, illuminating dust floating inside the building, and noticing that her movements are churning up more of that dust that floats around, glinting and glistening in those shards of light. And she gets out a torch, turns on that torch, and begins to explore this old building. She notices there's a certain atmosphere here, almost like there's a weight to the atmosphere, a certain stillness to the air, as if this air hasn't moved for a long time until she was here. And she explores the ground floor before heading upstairs, creaking her way up those stairs and exploring the upstairs rooms. And she sees herself in a mirror in one room, and for just a moment is startled before realizing it's just a mirror. And she heads to another room, and she sees on a shelf a prism, and as her torch passes that prism, so the light bends and turns into the most beautiful rainbow of colours shining up onto the wall. And as she walks towards it, so those rainbow colours expand up that wall higher and higher. And some of the glow from the colours illuminates a little bit more of the room. And she picks up that prism and she carries it over to one of the beams of light shining in through one of the boarded up windows. And she places that down on the floor in line with the beam of light, reflecting that rainbow colour up towards a mirror above a mantelpiece, as it then reflects around the room, illuminating this room with different rainbow colours, that as she walks through it, she can notice those different colours. And she walks through to another room, where she finds a stack of boxes up against one wall. And she takes down those boxes. She takes the top box, opens it. Some of the dust tickles her nose slightly. She then fingers her way through the documents that are in that box and doesn't see what she's looking for. She puts the lid back on and puts that aside and gets the next box. and then the next box and the next box. And all the first boxes that she checks just have documents in them, just paperwork, likely of the previous owners. And then she starts working down to boxes that have books in them and other items. And so she starts working through. She looks at some of the books. She looks through at some of the different items. And she finds an unusual looking book. And she opens that book and discovers that the middle of the book has had the pages cut out, making a gap so that from the outside it just looks like a book. But on the inside in the gap, she finds a golden key. And she looks at that golden key and is surprised at how golden the key looks, given how everything else seems to have aged and become dusty with time, and yet that golden key looks as pristine as she imagined it would have looked when it was created, and that the way it looks, she'd have no idea when it was created, and it wasn't a modern key. And so she takes the key, puts that in a pocket, closes that book, and carries on searching. And she finds another book that turns out to be a book that she feels will help her in what she's doing. She puts that book into a backpack and continues searching. And she can't find what the key is to in here. She finds that she's been through most of these boxes, but she's sure that what she's looking for must be here somewhere, if only she could figure out where. And so she decides to place all those boxes out on the floor in this room, and she places them in a grid on the floor. She then gets a piece of blue tack from her bag, breaks off a piece of cotton from her clothes. She rolls that blue tack into a ball around the bottom of that thread of cotton. She then goes and stands over the first box, and she says to herself, "Give me a sign for neutral." And as she says that, looking at the pendulum, it begins to swing around anti-clockwise. She then says, "Give me a sign for yes." And a moment later, the pendulum begins swinging backwards and forwards. She then thanks that and says, "Give me a sign for no." And gradually that pendulum starts swinging around a little bit before swinging left and right. She then says, "Go back to neutral." And the pendulum begins swinging around in a circle again. And then she says, "Is what I'm looking for in this box?" And she waits and watches. And the pendulum answers no. And she moves over to the next box. she asks the pendulum to swing neutrally again, and thanks it when it does, and then says, "Is what I'm looking for in this box?" And after a few moments, the pendulum signals no, and she works her way through the boxes, holding that pendulum above each box, asking if what she's looking for is in that box. And when she's nearly at the end of all the boxes, she asks, and the pendulum signals yes. And so she opens that box, and she recognizes the stuff that's in the box, having looked at it not that long ago. And so she begins to search, wondering what it is that's in this box that she's looking for. And she takes everything out of that box, places it on the floor, and she holds the pendulum over each item, asking, "Is this what I'm looking for?" Until eventually the pendulum says yes. And what it says yes over is a book. And on the front cover of that book is the most beautiful, almost carved looking weeping willow tree. And she feels that with her fingertips, the way that's almost carved or embossed into that leather-bound old book. And she opens the book, and she can feel that rough paper of that old book. She sees the date on that old book of 1736. She feels the page with her fingertips and can feel the letters and the designs printed into the page. And she can smell the smell of that old book. And she feels how delicate the book is as she carefully turns the pages, and does so carefully so as not to accidentally crack the spine or do any damage to the book. And she tries really hard to read the writing in the book, and she understands some of it, and other bits are words that she's unsure of. So she just keeps reading to get the gist of the book. And she notices the way that some letters in the book are being used for different letters that you'd use nowadays, and that the spelling isn't quite what you would use now. And she goes through that book, wondering if this is the book. And she can get the gist that there are some elements in this book about plants that are ideal for healing. She notices that there are potions. There are different magical rituals in the book. But she keeps looking through for what she's after. But she's aware this is definitely the right book. And that her mind obviously had recognized that when she went through everything, even though consciously she had overlooked it. That something about the cover, perhaps the age of the book, the design of the book, had registered non-consciously. She just needed to allow that part of her to communicate and let her know what it was. And so she carried on, just sat on the floor, looking through that book, carefully turning those pages, until she found the chapter that she was after. And this chapter was about a local spring, a spring that apparently has healing water, and there's a cave near the spring. And she knows this is what she's searching for, so she takes up that book and she begins to place those boxes back where she found them, leaving everything as she found it. She puts that prism back where she found it. She finds her way back out of the building, heads out through the garden, back over the wall, works her way through the alleyways, only this time turning a different direction, heading away from the hotel she's staying in, and instead heading out to other streets. And she follows those streets and goes to a park, and she sits on a bench in the park and breathing the fresh air out here after being in that house. She gets that book out again, and this time as she goes through the book, she takes notes on a notepad, carefully writing down notes that she feels are relevant to what she's doing. She writes down all the clues to the location in the woodland. And after doing that, she starts making her journey there. And it isn't that far outside of the town, so she goes on foot. And she turns off into the woodland. And the air's crisp and cool, and she can hear the rustling of the leaves overhead. She can hear the sounds of birds and other animals among the trees, and the crunching of her feet with each step. And she follows her notes through this woodland until she begins to hear a bubbling, trickling sound of a stream. And she heads to that stream and follows that stream upstream, heading towards the spring. And after a few hours of walking, she finds that spring. The spring just looks very unassuming. Just a tiny spring bubbling away, that water trickling downstream. And she gets some of that water. And she gets out some equipment from her bag, and she tests the water. And everything seems that this is perfectly fine to drink. There seems to be nothing strange about it. And she drinks some of that water. And there seems to be nothing strange to the taste of it. And she doesn't notice any unusual effects. And she wonders where the cave is near here. So she looks around. She can't see signs of a cave. And she starts to walk around. And she can't find where the cave is. So she goes back to the stream. And she puts her hands into the water. And she can feel the bubbling of that water around her hands, and the coolness of that water. And she notices that the water is bubbling through, slightly offset to the bottom, almost like it's coming through the back side of this area. And as she rests her hand there, she notices something unusual. It's almost like there's a bit of a handle where that water's coming through. She puts her fingertips in to that gap that the water's coming through, gets her fingertips onto the thing that feels like either a root or perhaps a handle, and she pulls on it. And as she does, the whole ground begins to rumble, and she can see the leaves on the ground and the mud on the ground beginning to dance and bounce around. And then she notices an area where the ground is beginning to fall away and sink down, and she sees that steps are forming, and she can hear the grinding of the ground as a stairway down near this spring opens up. She stands up, waits for the sound of those stairs to finish, waits for those stairs to stop. She puts her bag on her back and gets her torch and descends those stairs. And once she's descended the stairs, she turns that torch on and enters a dark corridor, a dark underground cave. And she shines that torch around the walls. It looks like no one's been here for a very, very long time. And she works her way around the corridor, descends more steps, follows another corridor with her footsteps echoing down each corridor, the slight whistling of wind down the corridor, and she can just about feel that breeze on her face. And then descending another set of steps into another corridor. And she has to pinch her nose and swallow just to equalize the air in her ears, as she then descends some more steps into another corridor, where she ends up finding herself at the most beautiful silver door. And on the silver door, she can see the crack straight down the center where the door obviously parts. And across the center is a circular golden seal. And in the center of that golden seal is a keyhole. And she gets that key, puts it into the keyhole, and then she can hear some cogs as that circular seal moves aside, and the doors slowly swing open. And as those doors slowly swing open, so in an instant, flames light around the walls of this chamber, flickering to life, with the flickering light bouncing and dancing around the chamber, reflecting off of golden walls and a silver ceiling. And as she walks in, she notices that the floor also appears to be silver. And in the centre of this chamber, she notices there's just a single plinth, that the entire chamber is empty apart from that plinth. And on the plinth is a bottle. And that bottle looks like an old glass bottle, an old green glass bottle. And this is something that she's been hunting for. And so she takes that bottle, picks it up off of that plinth, places it down on the ground, sits herself down on the ground, and with her torch she reads through a bit more of the book, just skim reading big chunks of it to find the bit about where she is now. And she reads about this area, but notices that the passage on this area seems to just end without saying the outcome of getting this bottle. It just tells her where it is. And then the next chapter talks about something completely different. And she decides to open the bottle. She doesn't know exactly what to expect. She was just told that the legends are that all your worldly wishes are contained within this bottle. And she's always wondered whether that means that there's a treasure map in there, or some other treasure that can allow her to get whatever she wants, that would make her so rich she can have all her worldly wishes. And so she pops the cork out of the top of the bottle, and as it pops out the top of that bottle, so she can hear a puff of air, almost like the pressure had been built up for so long. And then almost straight away afterwards, there was an almost fluorescent green mist or fog coming out of that bottle that seemed to be heavier than the air, that was coming out of the bottle, bubbling thick clouds out of the bottle and beginning to fill the chamber that she was in. And as it filled the chamber she was in, so it was making it harder and harder to see. And she tried to keep looking around her while that chamber was filling more and more with that green fog, that green mist that was just glowing around her. And then as it cleared and started to dissipate, and she started being able to see again, she found herself sat down in the most beautiful meadow, sat there in the most beautiful meadow on lush, long green grass. And she could see the most wonderful clouds in the sky bubbling past. She could see trees in the distance. She could smell how fresh the air smelled here. And she wondered where here was, and she stood up. And she could see off in the distance was a lake, and a river leading away from that lake, weaving its way through the land. And near the lake was a small cabin. And she didn't know where here was, but she wondered if the answers are in the cabin. So she walked through the meadow towards that cabin. And as she walked, she paid attention to the sounds of the birds here and noticed they all sound different to what she's familiar with. She could see hedges and shrubs here, but they all looked different to what she's familiar with. They all had a familiar feeling, but they weren't ones that she knew. And as she walked past a hedge, she saw a little black fox cub tucked away sleeping, filling the whole space of that hedge, looking so peaceful, with the daintiest little snores as it breathed in and out while sleeping. And she watched the way its belly moved in and out. And while she was watching that, a black fox came over and looked up at her. And near that black fox were other fox cubs. And the black fox suddenly spoke and took her by surprise. It said, "He's such a hedgehog. He just finds a hedge, takes up all the room, and just slumps down and falls asleep." And she's confused by this talking fox. And she asks it, "Did you just talk?" And the fox says, "Of course I just talked. You just heard me and you're having a conversation with me." And she says, "Well, where am I then?" And the fox says, "You're here. Where do you think you are?" And she says, "Where's here?" And the fox says, "Well, here is here, where you are. Here is where you are." And the conversation goes around and around. And she asks for their names, asks, "Do you have a name?" And they share their names. And she finds it amusing that they've nicknamed the one asleep under the hedge Sloth, saying that he'll barely move for anyone. He just likes to rest and drift into dreams. And she asks who lives at the cabin. Is someone there? And the fox says, "Yes, who lives at the cabin is there." And she feels that everything from this fox just seems to be a little cryptic and no straight answers. And she says, "I'm going to go there now." And the fox says, "Yes, you go there now, because there is where you're supposed to be. Here is where you are now." And she looks quizzically and confused at the fox, as the fox seems to just smile back at her. And she continues her journey, walking to that cabin, wondering where this is, where she can encounter a talking fox. and at the cabin. She walks around and tries to peer in the windows, and she can't see anyone through the windows. She walks round to the main door, knocks on the main door, and doesn't seem to get an answer. So she knocks again, before saying hello while opening the door. And she walks into that cabin, and in front of the fire she can see a cat asleep on a velvet cushion. And while that black cat sleeps on the velvet cushion, she can hear it gently purring. And occasionally it seems to move its legs as if it's running in its sleep, before snuggling down a bit more and purring a bit deeper. And she looks around inside the cabin, and she can't see anyone here. And then when she turns back, she sees a man standing there wearing a purple robe and a purple floppy hat. And the man takes that purple pointed floppy hat off, holds out his hand and introduces himself. And he says that he's the genie in this bottle. And she asks, what do you mean a genie in a bottle? What bottle? And he says, didn't you open the bottle and come in here? And she says, well, I opened the bottle, and then there was this green fog. And when the fog cleared, I was here, but I don't know where here is. And the genie says, here is where you are. Haven't you already been told that? And she says, yes, I was told by a fox that here is where I am, but I don't know where here is. And for a little while, the conversation seems to go around and around like it did with the fox. And she feels that maybe everyone here talks cryptically and in a bit of a confusing way. And she notices that above the fire on the fireplace is a green bottle like the one that she opened. And she says, I opened a bottle just like that before I appeared here. And he says, yes, that is here. And she realizes that she's inside the bottle, even though that seems incredibly unreal. And she can't understand how that could be possible. And the genie says, take a seat. And so she relaxes down into a seat. And just as she does, the strangest thing happens. That her movement of sitting onto the seat seems to make the seat emit a tune or a sound, almost like a voice. And as she moves, slightly startled, that makes a different sound, and so she rests her arms onto the arms of the chair, ready to stand up, and that makes it make two more sounds. And then when the genie sits down in the chair opposite, the same thing happens there. And he says, ignore the singing furniture. Every movement you make will make the furniture sing. And it will sing the song of your movement. And its song will match your movement. and it will sing any tension, and it will sing any relaxation. And so, if you take a moment to relax back in that chair, you'll notice the way that it sings softer, almost like it's massaging you with a deep, resonating voice. And she relaxes back in the chair as the voice sings in a resonating way that seems to resonate through her. And she takes a long out breath, and as that leads to her body softening and relaxing, so the voices around her soften and relax and sing so gently, almost hypnotically, almost like surround sound singing. And she feels that with each breath, that singing softens through her body and relaxes her, until she begins to feel so relaxed, her body becomes so still, the singing softens to silence. And this genie is just sat there opposite, with a slight smile on their face, and comfort and kindness in their eyes, just matching the breathing of the woman sat there. And she notices out the corner of her eye the cat occasionally curling up a little bit more and keeping itself comfortable. And the woman starts to explain that she'd heard myths for years. She grew up on myths, and she tracked down a bottle, and she thought that in the bottle would perhaps be a treasure map or some guide to some treasure, maybe even the treasure itself. But instead she's ended up here and she doesn't understand. And the genie explained that they are a genie, that they can issue wishes, but you've got to be really careful what you wish for. That wishing for the wrong things or for the wrong reasons can have unexpected consequences, and that you don't get anything for nothing, that for every action something else will happen somewhere else, that everything has its consequences and you have to be aware of that. That as in life, nothing appears from nowhere. So if you suddenly had lots of money, someone somewhere or money somewhere has to have transferred to you. And there are risks in where that could have come from. And so the woman asks, why would anyone ever make a wish when they have to give it so much thought? And the genie explained that so many people only think about themselves. They think about what it is that they want. They don't think about the consequences of getting what they want. And that it takes a very special kind of person to be able to think about things in a way that benefit others, that have positive consequences for others, and that you have to be very specific to do that. And the genie explained that throughout history they've been seen as good, they've been seen as bad. Some people have made wishes that have turned out really bad for them, And then they've blamed the genie, saying it's the genie's fault, the genie's evil, the genie's bad because this bad thing happened, when they were the ones who wished for it. The genie was indifferent and was just granting the wish, and how it happens to be the easiest way it can happen. That, as most things in life, the easiest solution is normally the one that occurs. And the woman understood the idea and wondered. She'd spent a lifetime dreaming of being able to get whatever she wants, being able to have the life she wants. And the genie asks her, do you not have the life you want now? And she gives it some thought and doesn't answer right away. And the genie says, do you not like your current life? And she carries on thinking, and then concludes that she enjoyed waking up in such a comfortable bed. She enjoyed going on this treasure hunt. In fact, she realized she's enjoyed many things that have happened through her life without having any treasure, without having any riches. She's enjoyed her journey so far. And the genie said that the important thing is the journey, and is focusing on the enjoyment of that journey, on the ups and downs, on how you've got through tough times that you can look back on proudly, that you can talk with others fondly about or proudly about your successes at overcoming adversity and challenges, of pleasurable experiences. That the destination is the end of the road. And where do you go when you reach the end of the road? Why would you want to rush that? And you can have 3 wishes. You just need to be aware that you'll be rushing to the end of the road. And do you really want to be there yet? When you've got so much journey ahead of you. And the woman gives it some thought and asks, are you happy? And the genie says that they live each day for the day. They explain that they go out fishing in the lake every day. They eat their fish for tea every night. They go for walks. They talk with the animals. They enjoy living in such a magical land that it would be nice to get out of here from time to time. But they enjoy being here. And she asks how she gets out of here. And they say, when you make a wish, you go back out of the bottle. And then you can seal the bottle. And when you want to make another wish, you open that bottle. You come back in here again. You make a wish and you go out of the bottle to the life with that wish. And then you seal the bottle. And then when you want to make your 3rd wish, you open the bottle. You come back in here, you make your 3rd wish. And you leave again and I never see you again. And you lead your life with your third wish. And she asks, how are wishes granted? Are you magic? And the genie says that it's not so much that they're magic, it's that this bottle is out of space and time. It's a land that's separate from all of space and time, and that they were the creator of space and time, and that every decision you've ever made, every alternative decision, was made in another universe, and every decision everyone has ever made and everything that has ever happened, every alternative thing that's ever been made or decided or has happened, has also happened. And so, since the beginning of time, since the beginning of space, there's an infinite number of infinitely increasing universes. And all that happens is when you leave here, you land in a universe where all the decisions were made that led to the outcome that you desired, to the universe you wanted to be living in. And so you're no longer the you that's in the universe that you were in. You're now the you in this alternative universe, the one where different decisions were made on the way to that one moment. And it'll be the shortest number of decisions that were needed to make everything fall in place. Just like deciding to move a domino from one location to another so that a different path of dominoes falls down, and the path of dominoes that would have fallen down no longer does. And so she asks, is there a way out of here without having to make a wish? And if I don't use my 3 wishes, can someone else come here and make wishes instead? And the genie says no. Only one person at a time can make wishes. I don't grant wishes for anyone else while I'm granting wishes for one person. They have to wait until that person has made all 3. And they said, well, what if that person isn't around to make all 3 wishes? And the genie said, then no one else gets to make any more wishes, because I've been unable to grant the 3 wishes for that person. And she thinks about this for a while, and thinks about what wishes she could ask to be granted. And while she thinks, the genie says, do you want to come outside and we'll stand by the lake while I do some fishing for the evening? And so the genie goes outside fishing. And the woman asks, do you want to be able to come and go from here? And the genie says that no one's ever asked them that before. That it'd be nice to be able to travel into the universes, rather than just remaining outside of the universes. She asked where the bottle came from, saying if you've been around that long, you can't have always been in a bottle. And the genie explains that the bottle is just a psychological representation, that people see what they expect to see, and it changes over time. And then as the sun sets, She joins the genie for food, and the cat eats some of the food politely on the floor. And the woman knows what wishes she wants to make. And she has to think about what potential consequences there could be from her decision. And so she says, I wish for you to be able to come and go from here as you please. And then a green mist forms around her, and as it clears, she finds herself sat back in that chamber with the bottle in front of her. She puts the cork back in the bottle. She waits a few moments to see if the genie appears at all. She doesn't see the genie at all. She removes that cork. The green mist appears again, filling the room. And as it clears, she finds herself back in that meadow. She walks back down to that cabin, sees the genie standing there. The genie thanks her and says how grateful he is. She asks what sort of changes have occurred. The genie said that for that, the only changes that needed to occur was a pathway, an ability for them to have their own way of moving in and out of this area and into the universes. And then the woman thinks about how she's going to phrase the next wish. And she wishes for the genie to be free to make their own decisions in life. And then she finds herself surrounded by that green mist again. And then back in the chamber. And then she seals that bottle and she places it back on the plinth. And she turns and walks away from that room. And just after she's walked through the door, she notices that the door is swinging shut. And she manages to get the key out of the door, and before it fully closes, she throws that key into the chamber, and the door shuts behind the key. And she finds her way back, down those corridors, up the stairs, down more corridors, up more stairs, until eventually she ascends the steps back up to the woodland. She puts her hand into the water. She finds that lever. She pulls on the handle, and then those stairs rise up again as the ground shakes and the mud vibrates and dances around. And once it's all stopped moving, she covers it all over, smooths down all of the mud and leaves to hide that anything ever happened here. And she notices that she must have been down there for a long time, because the sun had long set. It was now night time as she walked through the woods. And she found her way through those woods, out to a meadow, out of those woods. And she sat down in that meadow, under the moonlight. She was aware of the temperature dropping, and she wrapped herself up warm, and tucked her hands into her coat. And she sat there wondering about the experience, wondering about the genie, wondering what had changed and whether there really were wishes, because nothing seemed any different. And as that moonlight shone across the meadow, she could notice the glistening, dancing of cobwebs on the grass, with damp dew caught in the webs like millions of diamonds across the meadow. And while she almost hypnotically watched the dancing, sparkling light across the meadow, she could hear footsteps coming along beside her, and she looked over and saw someone walking towards her, and then recognized the way they walked as it being the genie. And they sat down beside her, and they thanked her for allowing them to be free, to make their own choices, to lead the life they want. That now, if they spend a lot of their life in the bottle, that's their choice. But they can also choose to visit different universes. And they said they're still the same being, that they can take the form of the wind, they can take the form of different animals, they can take the form of the grass, of the sea, of a storm in the distance. With a thought, they can be on a different planet. They can access any of the infinite universes out there. That they can now explore all of this and gain much greater knowledge about the multiverse. That they remain eternal. That their journey ends when the universe ends, just as their journey began at the start of the universe. And they can be watching everywhere at once, or deciding to be nowhere. And that freedom is because of this woman. And the woman looked up and smiled. And then the genie reached into their pocket, and they took out of their pocket a small little treat. It looked just like a coin, and she took that coin and looked at it, and it was the size of a coin. It looked like a coin, but it was very different to any coin she knew. And the genie said, "This will keep you connected anytime you want to talk, anytime you want to explore other realms, explore other universes, carry on your treasure hunting and enjoying your journey. Just hold that coin in your hand. Close your eyes. And just communicate with me. Just ask for me, and I'll be there." And then she noticed the little black cat's head pop up out of his top and meow a little bit as it looked over at her. And the genie said that his cat goes with him everywhere. They explore the multiverse together. And the cat then said thank you. The genie smiled. The woman looked down at that coin, and when she looked up again, he was gone. And there was just a slight breeze as she gazed out over all of the sparkling diamonds across the field, spread out through that meadow, the dancing light of the glistening dew. And after the experience that she'd had, she lay there, wrapped up warm, watching as the moon set and the sun rose, noticing the colours of the sky as that sun rises high, the freshness of the air with each breath that she takes, and feeling tired, she found her way back in the daylight to her hotel. And on arriving at the hotel, she went to her room briefly before going and having some breakfast, and then decided to sleep a little through the day. And then she had a day of just going out, looking at the sights, almost like a tourist for a day. And she spent another night in the hotel before heading home. And once home, regardless of how pleasant it was to sleep in the hotel, she loved the idea of going back to sleep in her own bed. And so, as bedtime approached, she went to her room. She got ready for bed. She put that coin down on the side. And she noticed that some of her jewellery, some of her necklaces, had got all tangled during her journey in her bag. And so she very carefully, with her fingernails, started undoing the knots in the necklaces, very carefully prizing them apart. And as she would get some parts opened up, she'd just hold it back with a finger, while she undoes another bit of the knot, which she'd hold back with another finger. And almost hypnotically and therapeutically, she'd find herself relaxing deeper and deeper while she undoes all the knots in her jewellery. She'd find something deeply satisfying about going through those necklaces and then being able to lay down a knot-free necklace on her dressing table, and then the next necklace, laying down another knot-free necklace, and then another knot-free necklace, before heading to bed, and relaxing down in that bed, and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, knowing she's going to awaken in the morning, feeling alert and calm and comfortable, and set up ready for the day ahead, thinking about this new friend she's made and the adventures she can potentially go on with the genie as she drifts and floats so comfortably, so relaxed, asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you fall asleep, you can have a sense of walking through a cave in a mountain. And you can hear the whistling sound of the air passing through the cave, the occasional drip of water. And as you walk along, the light from your torch can glisten and sparkle as it catches some of the water on the walls of the cave, and the footsteps can echo. And you can notice how, as you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, it's almost as if the air pressure begins to change. And you're aware that you're walking deeper and deeper into the mountain. And deep in this mountain, you discover the most elaborate looking door. And it's a curved door with ornate decorations, with precious stones encrusted within the door. And around your neck hangs a key. And you take that key from around your neck. You put it into the door, unlock that door, and carefully push that heavy door open. And as you do, you notice light bursting through from the door and realize that it's almost like daylight the other side of that door, and yet you are deep inside this mountain. And as your eyes begin to adjust to that light, so you turn the torch off. And you begin to look around and take in what you see. And you notice that it's such a lush looking land, with trees, dense forest, thick grass, wildflowers, the most perfectly blue water running and flowing down through the land. And in the center of the land is what looks like an ice palace. And it's stretching high up into the sky here. And as you look up, you notice that looking up looks like looking up into the sky. There's just a uniform light blue overhead. There's no signs of clouds. And there's no signs of being inside a mountain. And as you look behind you, you can see the walls of the mountain stretching up high overhead. But as they stretch higher and higher, so they seem to become bluer and bluer, until at some point the blueness just merges with the blueness of the sky. And you notice that that ice palace is situated on an island surrounded by a moat. And there's a bridge that leads over to that island. And you can see a village circling around that palace. And so you head down towards the bridge. You find your way down from the cave, down from that door. You find your way down to a road. And you follow that cobbled road. As you walk deeper and deeper inside this mountain. And you walk through the village. You can hear people milling around. You can see people selling things in a marketplace. You can see people arriving back, having harvested crops. People heading off to work out in the countryside. And it's almost as if perhaps this entire mountain chain is somehow hollow, full of this land. And while you walk, you begin to feel warm. You have this sense that it's significantly warmer here inside this mountain than out in the snow, back out on the side of the mountain. And you cross the bridge. And you continue walking up towards that palace. And as you get closer to the palace, so you notice its scale. You notice the way that that palace is towering so high overhead. And you realize that the palace walls seem to be made of ice. And you touch them with your hands as you pass them after you've crossed that bridge. And you can feel the coolness of the walls. You can feel the dampness as the temperature of your hand makes the water, that ice, melt a little. And you head all the way to the entrance to this palace. And as you arrive at the palace, so you can see the water just dripping down around that palace, and then gradually flowing its way, joining the river. And you're curious how this palace lasts, if it appears to be melting. And you knock on the door of the palace. You hear a click, and then that door seems to slide itself open, and you walk in, and it seems to be deserted. And you start looking around. And then you hear some sounds coming from upstairs. So you carefully follow the stairs, spiraling up, checking out the next floor, and then the next floor. And then you head up some stairs past some different doors. And you can still hear a noise coming from higher up. And you find a door through which you can hear the noise is coming from. And you open that door and see a narrow spiral staircase. You follow that spiral staircase all the way up. And you find yourself in a bell tower right at the top of one of the peaks of the palace. And you look across, and there's a peak in all four corners. And then in the centre is a tall clock tower. And the bells get rung. And you can see that there's somebody standing in the other three bell towers. And you see that that clock has just struck 12. And the person stood in this bell tower says that they're the Ice Queen, that they're responsible for this palace, this land, but that lately the palace has begun melting. And they don't know why the palace has started to melt. And you head back downstairs into the palace with the Ice Queen, as they explain to you that until recently this palace, made of ice, has been as solid as rock, that's dry to the touch. But recently it started to melt, and on the outskirts of the land a desert seems to be encroaching. And you're unsure why this would be. And they ask if you'd be willing to go and investigate. That they have to stay here watching over the town. So you agree to investigate. You say that you'll visit the desert. You leave the palace. You cross the bridge. You get given a white horse to ride to help you to reach the desert. And you canter away from that village, heading in a straight line, off in the direction that the desert is. And you feel like you've been going a very long time. Yet the sky just doesn't change, just remains sky blue. And you notice this land does seem to be in a long line. That there are places the land seems to be very wide. But you can notice the vegetation working its way up the sides of the inside of the mountain. And you notice that all along, the mountain changes shade to match the blue of the sky. And so you wonder whether if you could somehow rise up, you'd rise up to the top and be able to touch the top as a solid object, even though it looks no different to the sky you see every day. And after many, many hours of riding and stopping, taking breaks, and stopping and sleeping in this daylight, and then continuing to ride some more, you start to notice how warm the air is becoming, that it was already a comfortable and warm temperature when you set off. Now it's a very warm temperature, and you start wondering whether it'll begin to get uncomfortable. And so you continue on, noticing that vegetation thinning out, noticing how the vegetation seems to be becoming more hardy, and you have this sense that there's less water here. And then after what felt like a couple of days riding, you find yourself in a desert. And this desert seems like a sandy desert. And you don't think that the horse will be able to make it much further. There's an area here that's a bit like an oasis near this edge of the desert. So you decide to leave the horse here. And you find that there's a camel drinking from the pool of water. So you head over to that camel. You prepare that camel to be able to be ridden. You let that camel have plenty of water and have some food. And then you continue your journey on that camel. And after some more time, you eventually notice that there seems to be a sandstorm forming in front of you. And you head into that sandstorm, continuing in a straight line, until eventually, after many days of travelling, you find yourself at the wall of this section of this cavern. And you notice that the sandstorm seems to be thicker, more dense in one area. So you decide to head into that dense part of the sandstorm. And you notice that there's a door very similar to the one that you came through, and that the door is open, and that the sandstorm is blowing in through that door. And you walk through the door, finding yourself in a cave. And it's a cave much like the one you walked through, only much shorter. And this cave is full of sand, blasting in. And you hold your arm up in front of you as you push through this sandstorm. You come out of that cave and find that the exit of this mountain here is near a vast desert, and that somehow the heat from this desert and the sand from this desert has been blasting in through the cave, through that open door. And perhaps that has been the cause of the warming that's been melting the palace. So you know that you're going to head back, and you're going to tell the Queen, and you're going to have closed that door again. But you are curious where here is, and you're curious who opened the door and left it open. And as you walk along the edge of the mountain, bracing yourself against that sand, noticing how the wind is so strong it's almost like it makes those sand dunes walk or flow across this desert, almost like slow moving waves on the ocean, and that they seem to be just covering anything in their path. And you glimpse what looks like the corner of a building, and you walk up to that corner. You dig around and you find that it is a building. And you manage to find a doorway into this building. And you're confident that you know your way from this doorway back to that cave. You know which route you took. And so you head in through that door into the building. You close that door behind you. And you know that sand will build up again outside that door. But you also know that that sand was loose and easy to move, as it likely will be again if you're not in here too long. And you turn your torch on, and you see the room is empty, but there's a trap door in the middle of the room. And you head over to that trapdoor, lift the trapdoor, descend a ladder down deeper under this building. And as you descend, you notice there's a very slight glow down here, and that once you're down here, the sound of that storm fades away and becomes more distant. And you see someone sleeping on a bed in the corner of this room. And there's a flickering candle on a table near them. And you notice that the blanket they've got, the pillows they've got, look like the softest, most inviting blanket and pillows. You don't want to startle them, but you do want to let them know you're here. So you make a little bit of noise as you carefully walk towards them, And despite not wanting to startle them, they get a little startled. They turn around and see you. And they notice you look friendly, you're smiling and inviting friendship. And you explain there's a storm outside. You found this place. You came in here to shelter from the storm. And they say they did the same. That they'd been exploring a cave. They'd found a door. But just as they got the door open, the storm hit. And they couldn't see for the storm through all of that sand. So they felt it wise, having unlocked the door but not yet even opened it, to head out of the cave and find shelter, not knowing what would be further in the cave. And they've been here now for quite a few days. Each time they go upstairs, this storm's still raging. And so they just come back here. They've got enough food and water. And they're just waiting for the storm to pass. And so you sit with them, you talk with them, and you talk about what is the other side of that door and the problems that have been caused by that door being open, and that you're not going to be able to stay here because you're going to go back through that door and close it behind you to stop any more sand coming through. And you explain that they should join you, they should come with you, that they can exit on the other end of the mountains. And they agree to come with you. And so together, you venture out into that storm, find your way back to the cave, and barely being able to see, you navigate your way through that cave back to that door, pass through the door together, seal it shut behind you. You travel across the desert, back to the horse, and then you get onto the horse, and together with them on the camel, you on the horse, you ride your way back, all the way to that palace. And you notice as you near the palace how you are starting to shiver a little. And so you put some extra layers on to warm up, and you realize that the coolness from the mountains that seems to radiate through, that helps to keep the air at a temperature that helps to make sure that the palace stays frozen, seems to be normalizing again. And the two of you travel through this land, back to that palace, meet with the Ice Queen, explain what's going on and what's happened. And you ask about this land, and they say that this land is inside the mountain. It's a very large land, and it's a multi-layered land, that there's more land under the land. and that there's more to this land than you realize. That this land was created at a time of magic, when stuff started happening on Earth that required those who knew magic to create lands within lands, worlds within the Earth, and many worlds in the Earth were created, almost as if large chunks of the Earth are hollow, and they've all developed over hundreds of thousands of years in their own unique way. And the people of the different lands largely keep themselves to themselves. They have exits and ways out if they need them, but everyone's content with where they live and with what they've got. They remember the stories passed down through the generations of what it was like outside of these lands. And that many people have explored and arrived at these lands, have written books which have gone into legends, and some of the lands have gone missing through time. And others have been uninterrupted for thousands of years. And the two of you ask if anyone ever connects with or knows how to connect with those from the other lands. And the Queen says that every land has a palace that's symbolic of where it is. So lands under deserts have sandstone palaces. Lands under high mountains have ice palaces. Lands under the ocean have palaces made of water. And there are different types of palaces for the different lands, but what they all have is a room of deep connection, a room where people can go, they can enter a meditative state, and that room is almost like an orb, that it amplifies the meditative energy, it pulses that out, it creates harmony and a resonance that spreads out from the meditator and then connects with the other orbs in the other palaces. And if there are people meditating in those orbs, it'll connect with those who are meditating, and you then get to share consciousness and communicate almost telepathically with each other. And because you helped the Queen and protected this land, she says that you can have a go in the chamber. You can check out that chamber and see if there's anyone else out there in any of the other lands. And so you head into the chamber, the door closes, and you notice how this chamber is so dark and comforting, and the temperature of this chamber feels almost like you're in a place of nothingness. And you close your eyes, just to help yourself focus deeper and more intensely. and you breathe, and with each out-breath, you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into the state. And then you start to have this feeling, almost like there's an electric blue pulse emanating from you with each out-breath that seems to spread out to the chamber walls and bounce back at you, and then seems to resonate as it bounces back at you. The next breath out seems to send that pulse out even further, and it bounces with more strength until eventually it bounces beyond the walls of the chamber, pulsing beyond the walls of the chamber. And you start to have this sense of almost seeing a representation, almost like an outline or shapes or a wireframe of everything that pulse is passing, almost as if it's radar passing out and showing the shapes of the things it encounters. And yet you have this sense almost like your consciousness is a part of that pulse, seeing the bow wave of the pulse as it spreads out, until eventually you realize that it's pulsing around the globe, and you notice these different pockets of civilizations in mountains, under the sea, under cities, under deserts, under forests, within trees, of different beings. And you see circles in all of these cities, and in some of them you notice that pulses are emanating from those locations towards you. And then, almost in an instant, something shifts that connects all those pulses, a bit like suddenly answering a telephone. And you suddenly have this shared consciousness with the other beings who are all meditating with you. And you begin to telepathically communicate and just instinctively seem to understand each other. And one of them explains that the message is portrayed in the sender's language and with the sender's thoughts. But as it's the message that's the important thing, not the words that are used, and not the language, the receiver receives the message and almost downloads it in their language. And so you telepathically just understand each other. And you start asking them questions about themselves, where they are, what their world is like, whether they ever venture out of their world. And you encounter one person who you find incredibly curious. They seem to live in a world deep under the British countryside, and they call themselves a Knight of the Triangular Table. And you think they seem to have got it wrong. It's supposed to be Knights of the Round Table. And they say, why would you have a round table when there's 3 of you And they say that for centuries they used to be protectors of the kingdom, and they now just almost ceremoniously carry their swords on them and dress as knights, and have continued the rituals of the three houses meeting at the triangular table. But now all they do is talk, and it's almost more of a social club. And you start to understand how things change with time, how rituals carry on while the reason behind the rituals fades away. When the reasons have faded away into history, and people do those rituals because it brings comfort. It gives a sense of control, a sense of feeling like you're a part of something greater than yourself. And then you connect with someone somewhere else, and they explain that where they are, unlike where you are, where the sky is perpetually blue, where they are, the sky is perpetually as if it's at sunset. And they begin to explain that the skies in each world, the skies in each of these different civilizations, was set to the sky that could be seen by those living on Earth at the time in that location. So at the time that all these worlds appeared underground, those where it was blue sky overhead saw perpetual blue sky. Those where the sun had gone down, where it was night time, had perpetual night. Some perhaps had a perpetual moon in the sky. Others had perpetual dawn or dusk. And each world has the inside of its area almost like a projection that just looks like a real sky. But it's a timeless sky. It's like that moment was captured in time and frozen in time. And those who live in those areas live perpetually in the moment that they became a civilization within the earth. And after exploring consciousness, learning about the different civilizations, you leave the chamber. You meet up with the person who travelled here with you. You leave this area. You leave the mountain. Together you descend the mountain. And you make part of your journey together home before they head off in their direction and you head off in your direction. And once home, you write up what your experience was like. You know that no one would believe your journal if they ever read it. They'll just probably think it's fanciful tales. You mark down some places where you think you might want to try looking for some of those other civilizations based on where you can remember visiting mentally. And then you head to bed and settle down in bed, and comfortably and relaxed you drift and float asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you begin to drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this story about a man in a cabin in the woods. And this man has got his TV on in the corner of the cabin. He's got his fire in the fireplace, crackling away. He's got a reading chair near that fire where he can keep warm, sit down and read. And on the floor in front of the fire is a cat. And that cat is just enjoying drifting, floating asleep, with the warmth of that fire on their side, just warming their fur. While the man is in the kitchen area, and he's just cooking himself some food. He's doing a bit of baking. And he's got his cookbook out and he's trying to follow the recipe. And all over the work surface and caked through the cookbook is flour, and some damp flour sticking to the pages, where he's got his dirty fingers into that book while he's trying to read it, kneading flour, rolling the flour out, and trying to make a cake. And in the background, the oven dings to let him know that it's reached the correct temperature. And he slides the cake into the oven, sets a timer, washes his hands, looks at the mess on the kitchen work surface, and decides that he's going to just take a brief break. He can clean that up in a little bit. And he goes and sits down in that chair, picks the book up from beside him, and begins to read. And as he reads, so he begins to relax. After the stress of trying to bake a cake, and a part of his mind keeps saying that he should just have gone and bought one. That it's a lot of effort to go to when you can buy one for cheaper than all the ingredients cost. And another voice in his mind says that he really wanted to make this cake. He's not really very good at baking, but he wanted to really give it a go. To see something that, even if it didn't turn out perfect, he put everything together and it's his, it's what he made, and there'll be a certain charm to it, rather than something that looks perfect, that has probably been made by machines. And this conversation goes on in his mind, between drawing his attention to sentences in the book. And as he finishes one sentence, so another begins, and he reads that, until he gets to the end of a chapter, to the end of the last sentence, and turns the page, and kind of drifts in his mind to the sounds around him before he begins reading again, to hearing the sound of snow outside, where as the breeze blows, occasionally there'll be slightly stronger gusts of wind, and it'll sound like mice are throwing tiny snowballs at the glass, almost like mice are outside, trying to get attention to ask to come in. And he knows that as he begins to think like that, a smile begins to come to his face, where he feels perhaps he's reading too many of these books, giving animals personalities and turning them almost into human-like characters. Because he knows there are no mice out there standing in the snow, throwing tiny snowballs at his window. He knows it's just the wind, blowing the large snowflakes that are falling down at the glass. And then as the wind relaxes, so everything outside goes quiet again. And occasionally the fire will flicker and dance as some wind manages to blow down the chimney and catch that flame slightly. And the logs will crackle and pop. And the cat seems totally unfazed by all this. And the man looks at how long is left before the cake is done. And he sees that there isn't that long left now, perhaps just 10 minutes. But no sooner as he looked at the time, and the oven turns itself off, along with the lights. And he looks up at the light as if somehow that would do something, and notices that there's obviously been a power cut. And occasionally in this remote location, in this cabin, in the woods, in the middle of nowhere, snow will gather on the lines and will manage to either short out a line and sometimes even get so heavy and turn very icy and bring lines down. And so he knows that he might have to wait a while. And he feels partly irritated that his cake isn't finished yet. And he leaves it in the oven and leaves the oven closed for now, feeling that perhaps the oven will still be very warm. Maybe it'll take a bit longer, but perhaps it'll totally cook. So he leaves that in the oven for now. He goes and gets some candles. And he's so used to his property, he can just walk around in the dark and feel very comfortable. And it isn't entirely dark. There's the glow from the fire. And he carefully walks around where the cat is resting on the mat, aware that he can't really notice the cat in the dark. So he does that as carefully, gently as he can. Heads over, gets some candles, turns the candles on, places them on the sides. Is surprised that the batteries in some of those candles are still working. And he thinks back to his childhood, to days where he grew up. Lights would sometimes go out, and in those days you'd have to go and get wax candles, and the feel of those candles. And you'd have to find a lighter or some matches, and you'd worry about those flames being around the house. But what if a candle fell over? And how much more convenient, at least short term, candles with batteries are. And that nowadays they come flickering, just like real candles, even though they're just battery powered. And so, once he's turned on a bunch of candles around the room, he heads back to the chair, and he finds that it's too dark to be able to read any more of his book. So he just sits there for a little while, listening and relaxing, hearing the gentle sound of the snow gradually building up on the windowsill outside the windows. He can see the faintest glimmer of light coming in through the windows, knowing that there's obviously a bit of light outside, reflecting off clouds, maybe some moonlight, managing to break through and bounce around outside on the snow, the white clouds. And so he just gazes out towards the window. And while resting there, he begins to notice tiny little points of light. And he watches and allows his eyes to focus beyond the window on those tiny points of light, and realizes that they're like tiny fireflies darting around, almost like fighter jets, sometimes flying in formation, other times darting at each other and spinning around, up high and then coming down low, sometimes just suddenly dropping and then stopping and almost hovering. Sometimes the light would go out for a moment and then come back on. And he watched with interest. And as he watched with interest, so he could begin to really smell that cake. And he felt that maybe that cake is beginning to cook through fully. And he can't tell quite how long has passed. And he heads to the oven, he feels the oven, he feels the warmth of that oven. He decides to leave it just a little bit longer before checking on the cake. He doesn't know exactly when the lights will turn on, when the electric will come back on, or whether it'll even stay off all night long. And he thinks to himself how he'll know whether this cake is cooked when he can't see. So he grabs a knife from a kitchen drawer. He feels the blade of the knife with his fingertips to get an idea of what the knife feels like. He then goes to the oven, takes the cake out of the oven, carefully places it down on the side, and he can feel when he moves his hand near the cake the warmth given off by the cake. And he rests the knife gently on top of that cake. He hears the slight tap as the knife strikes that crust on the surface. He applies the slightest of pressure and feels the knife pass through the top of the cake until he hears it thud at the bottom of the tin. He leaves it there just for a moment. He feels a slight tower of steam coming up from the hole created by the knife. He pulls that knife back out. And using his thumb and forefinger, he touches the blade of the knife again. And it feels dry and warm. And so he knows that cake is done. And he covers the cake, goes and sits back down in the seat, and as he does, the cat awakens, jumps up on his lap, purrs, turns around on his lap, as if just changing position to drop back asleep, and falls asleep on his lap. And he strokes that cat gently, while the cat drifts back asleep. And while he's sitting in the dark, with only the sound of the crackling fire, the dancing of the firelight, the light from those candles, the slight glow from outside the windows, he appreciates the peace, the calmness of the environment, and that without anything to judge time by, he realizes he's unable to tell whether an hour has passed, or 2 hours, or 3 hours. That the time just almost seems timeless. All he's aware is that it still looks like night time outside. Still a long way from the dawn. And he's not feeling tired. So he's aware that although he's deeply relaxed, it probably isn't bedtime just yet. And he closes his eyes and begins to just drift into a meditation. Decides to drift into a reverie, where he focuses his attention on the sounds he can hear. He thinks to himself, I can hear the crackling fire. I can hear the purring cat. I can hear the faintest sounds of the snowdrops, of those snowflakes on the window. I can hear the distant occasional rustling of the branches of the trees. I can hear the occasional sound from the oven as the oven is cooling down. He then focuses on things that he can see, and he opens his eyes. and holds his gaze out towards the window and lets his eyes defocus. He thinks to himself, I can see those fireflies. I can see the flickering candlelight. I can see the dancing light of the fire. I can see the window frame. I can see dancing shadows. And he closes his eyes again and thinks of some things that he can feel. He thinks to himself, I can feel the warmth of the fire. I can feel the purring movement of the cat on my lap. I can feel my back against the chair. I can feel my feet resting on the floor. I can feel the air as I breathe in and out. And while he focuses on these things, so he notices the relaxation deepening. He notices his shoulders beginning to slump and relax further. He notices the voice in his mind quietening down and being focused on where he's focusing his attention. And he thinks to himself, I can smell that cake, and I can relax deeper. And as he thinks all this, so it's almost like everything around him is being turned down, like his senses are being turned down. And as those senses are being turned down, so the senses in his mind begin to turn up. He finds himself more absorbed in an internal reverie, where he stops being so aware of the cat on his lap, of his motionless body, begins to drift into that reverie, where he finds himself in a cabin that looks surprisingly like his own, on what looks like a warm summer's day. He finds himself standing up from the chair, walking to the door, leaving that cabin, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face. Hearing sounds of frogs down by the lake, sounds of some birds of prey flying overhead, circling and catching up drafts, rising higher and higher. Feeling the breeze while he walks away from the cabin and heads towards the forest. And as he heads into this forest, so he notices how the atmosphere changes, almost like the air pressure changes as he walks into the forest. And he's aware that this is an unfamiliar forest, and yet something about it feels comforting and inviting. There's a certain softness to the sounds, to the feeling of each step that he takes, the way the sunlight dances through the canopy. And he walks deeper and deeper into this forest. And as he walks deeper into the forest, so he notices a red thread tied to a tree. And he sees that that thread seems to be tied from one tree to another, to another, to another. He decides to follow that thread and see where it leads. And at some points, there's a long distance between one tree and the next tree that the thread is tied around. And as he walks along, he lets that thread rest through the palm of his hand. And he can feel the feeling of that thread softly, almost tickling the underside of his hand, while he walks, following the thread deeper into the forest. He notices that the thread takes a turn at one point, down towards the ground. But it still seems taut, so he knows it goes somewhere. And he moves the leaves, the branches from that point, and notices how that thread seems to be heading down into some kind of a cave. And he has a mobile phone on him. And he turns on the torch on the phone and heads down into that cave. And in the cave, he finds a bear. And it's a large, friendly-looking bear. A bear with a red woolen jumper, with the bottom half of the jumper missing, and the thread leading to the jumper. And he wonders whether the bear tied that thread to that first tree, or somehow got it caught on that first tree, and perhaps have been winding themselves through the woods to this hole in the ground. And this bear could be seen to be breathing so deeply, so comfortably, as they slept there in that red woolen jumper. And then another bear, a child-aged bear, poked its head up from behind that bear, climbed over the bear, and introduced itself. And the man was surprised. The bear could talk, and talked with a childlike voice. And the man introduced himself back. And the man sat down, and this child bear began talking to him. Began asking who he was, where he's from. Does he want to play a game? Does he want to go on a bear hunt? Does he want to play hide and seek? Does he want to play I Spy? What's his favourite childhood game? And the man tries to engage in this conversation, but feels uncomfortable around children, doesn't know quite what to say. And the man asks, "Do you know what happened to the other bear's jumper?" And the bear responds, saying that that's his dad. And that he thought it'd be funny. He found a loose thread on his dad's jumper. He thought it'd be funny to tie it to a tree. And he wondered how long it would take his dad to notice. And he kept on saying to his dad, "Oh, can you go and pick that mushroom for me? Can you go and pick that off of that tree for me? Could you go and get that for me?" And he said that Dad kept on going and doing these things, weaving himself through the trees, as his jumper was unravelling more and more. And the bear said he kept on wanting to snigger and laugh, and kept having to hold it back, wondering when his dad would notice. And then his dad got all the way back home and said it was time for bed. And he said he's not ready for bed yet. He wants to play. But he said his dad just lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. And so he was sat there, twiddling his paws, wondering what he could do to amuse himself. And then the man had turned up. And he thought maybe this man could amuse me. Maybe he'll play games with me. And that his dad doesn't seem to have noticed what's happened to his jumper yet. And so he hasn't had the fun of seeing his dad discover what's happened. And the man talks with the bear. And then the dad makes a few grumbling sounds. A few sounds almost like yawning and deep breathing, before waking up and almost appearing a bit startled by seeing this human sat there, and then asks who he is and what he's doing there, and in his deep and friendly voice engages in conversation. And the man engages back in conversation. And then the dad bear tells the child to go outside and gather some berries that they can eat together. And the child goes off out. And the man asks the bear whether he's noticed what happened to his jumper. And the bear said, "Of course I noticed. I noticed when I saw him tying the loose thread to a tree. But I thought it'd be more fun to pretend that I didn't notice, and to have fun with his frustration of waiting for me to comment." And they engage in conversation until the child bear returns, and they sit and eat berries. And the whole time the man is aware that this is all still part of a reverie, that although it all feels very real to him, he knows that in reality he sat in the dark, meditating, drifting in a reverie, with a power cut going on around him, with a cat resting on his lap. And the bear says, "Do you want to go out for a walk? I'll show you to a nearby place that my son really loves. And he takes the jumper off, tells his son what happened here. And the son responds with a snigger at what they've done. And he acts surprised. And the son seems to find this even more amusing. And he changes into a jacket before they head out and start walking through this forest. And they follow a line of trees that seems incredibly straight, almost like they were planted on purpose. And the bear explains that this path has been laid down and walked by many generations of bears, that anything that builds up in this path, they keep it clear. And so it means that although this seems like it was made on purpose, it's just a natural outcome of the same route being taken year after year after year. And they head down to a water's edge. And near this water's edge is the smoothest, flattest stone that this man had ever seen. It looked almost polished. And the bear said that for generations they've come down here and they've sat and just listened to nature. And generations of bears sitting on that stone have shaped what it has become. And out of the jacket pocket, the bear takes a coin. And the bear says, "Heads, you catch dinner. Tails, I'll catch dinner." And the bear flips the coin in the air, and the man watches as it spins. Then it lands and bounces on the stone. It spins around a few times. The bear places its paw over that coin, lifts its paw, and it heads. And the man thinks to himself, "I don't know how to catch dinner." And the bear says, "It's fine, you'll figure it out. We'll sit here and wait. You've got the river just running along there. I'm sure you'll be fine. Here, take this coin for good luck." The bear hands the man the coin. And as he takes the coin and goes to put it in his pocket, he notices that it's heads on both sides. And he sees the smirk on the child bear's face. He puts the coin in his pocket, heads to the river, can hear the rushing water, where part of the river is fast and bubbly. Another part of the river is calm and smooth. And he wades out. He can feel the water above his knees. He bends his legs slightly. And he remains still and focused. and he can see fish swimming around, swimming towards the flow of the river, almost hovering in position. And he just remains stationary where he is, and he carefully lowers his hands down into the water. So his hands are in line with his shins. He then moves his hands ever so slightly closer and just holds position and breathes and focuses and relaxes and just patiently waits. And the bears on the shore just patiently wait. And after a long time, a fish swims through his legs, between his hands, and he manages to grab that fish and throw it over onto the shore. And he does this a couple more times with patience. And the bears are happy to eat them as they are. But the father bear decides, for the sake of this person, it'll be fun to camp so near the edge of the river. The father bear puts together a fire, lights that campfire. The father bear, the child bear, and the man then sit around that campfire. The bear says they'll do the cooking. So they cook up the food. And as they eat, so the father bear and the man almost drift into a philosophical discussion about space, about time, about nature, about reality. About what animals think and feel, what animals can talk. And all the while the man is aware that this is still just their reverie, despite it feeling like many hours. In reality they bet that it's only been a short while, that the mind is incredible like that a long time can pass in a very short period of real world time, if you just allow yourself to be absorbed in that inner reality. And they'll have that fleeting thought, that connection to the reality they know is out there, before allowing themselves to place most of their focus on enjoying a meal with two bears. And after the meal, the man says that it's time for him to go, that he should find his way back, that there's a cabin just outside this forest, that's where he started his journey. And they all say goodbye. Man finds his way back to that cabin as night time is setting in. He walks into the cabin. He sees that it looks incredibly familiar, sits down on that seat. He has a drink of the drink beside him, and then decides to rest back and start reading a book. And as he starts reading that book, so he starts to experience the strangest of things. The book seems to be getting larger and larger in his hands. And as the book is getting larger in his hands, so the chair that he sat in seems to be getting larger and larger. And then he realizes that it's not that the book and the chair are getting larger and larger, it's that he is getting smaller and smaller. And while he's beginning to get smaller and smaller, so he notices little sparkles of light surrounding his body, and that somehow he's getting smaller and smaller, with his clothes also shrinking at the same rate that he's shrinking. Until he finds himself no larger than a matchbox, standing on what's now a chair, miles above the ground, where that ground looks so far down. He manages to climb over the edge of the chair, carefully climb himself down the material of the cushions on the chair, down to the chair leg, all the way down that chair leg to the floor. And from down here, he almost feels like he's in a land of giants, where he feels like he can run for ages and yet barely traverse any of the floor. And he wonders what's going on here, why his mind has decided to encourage him to have this experience. He assumed he would read and drink a drink resting in that chair, and that would almost be like a signal for him to revert back to the chair he's in reality, in his own cabin. But instead he seems to have gone deeper and deeper into the experience, transitioned to a whole new experience. And he sees a tiny door in a floorboard. He goes over to it. He lifts up that door and sees some steps. He follows those steps down and then climbs some steps the other side, opens a door above his head and finds himself outside. And he turns and looks back at the size of the cabin. And he's aware that out here now is night time, and the forest, the lake, everything looks as it did last time he was outside, except that it's night time. So he assumes he's in the same experience, just having a different experience within that same inner world. And he starts pushing his way through the grass that towers way over his head, heading down towards the lake edge. And down near that edge of the water, he can see moonlight glistening and dancing on what to him at this scale seem like large waves. But intellectually he knows these waves are actually quite small. They just seem large because of his perspective. And he has to keep convincing himself of that, and of making sure that he's safe where he needs to be. And then he notices a fern leaf floating by. He decides to climb onto that leaf. He has a stick in his hands, pushes off from the side, and just feels that it would be an adventure to head out a little way, and it would be much quicker to be travelling on water than pushing through all that tall grass that's much higher than he is, or even walking on that mud which is deep and sticky. But he's sure that his unconscious would only be giving him this experience if there was some meaning behind it. And so, as he always tells himself, he should go with the flow. And so that's exactly what he does, pushing away from the side, moving away far enough away from the shore that the waves don't keep pushing him back towards the shore, and then just allowing himself to go with the flow, to follow where the rhythms, the current of that water takes him. And as that water gradually moves him down and around the lake, with the leaf bobbing up and down, he just goes with the flow, relaxing back on the leaf, just occasionally pushing the water with the stick, just to make sure that he stays on track, but trusting that he'll end up where he's supposed to be. And as he travels along, so he begins to notice what look almost like orbs of light appearing and rising from the water. And they appear out of the water, almost ethereal, rising up into the air. Then after rising some distance, they seem to just vanish into thin air. And he tries really hard to follow with his eyes where these orbs are going, but each one just rises up and then vanishes. And he decides to steer himself a little closer to where most of the orbs seem to be coming from. But he can never quite seem to get there. And then after a while, the tide just seems to take him over to a certain point on the bank. And so he allows it to push him up onto the bank. He walks along that fern leaf, climbs up onto the bank, walks away from the water a little bit, where all of a sudden, out of the dark, he spies a badger. And at first he's a little startled, as this badger is enormous compared to him. But the badger reassures him, and he feels comfortable now talking with this badger. And he asks the badger about this strange land, about the talking bears. Now there's a talking badger. And he asks about the orbs rising from the lake. And the badger explains that one night, when the water has the right level of stillness and the moon transmits its silver twinkling glow at just the right angle, the fairies are born. They transition from underwater creatures, almost like tiny mermaids, They almost become balls of light, balls of energy. It's like a cocoon that surrounds them, and as they transform inside that cocoon, they become lighter and lighter, not only brighter and brighter, but physically lighter and lighter. They become lighter than the water, and then the light that surrounds them lifts them out of that water. They float up into the air until they reach a certain height where the air interacts with the light, and the light interacts with the night. And in an instant, the fairy bursts out of that light, and the light disappears from around them, and a fairy is born, and they fly up high into the sky, where they can spread their wings in the moonlight, and the silver glow of the moonlight fills the veins in their wings with a special kind of energy that allows them to fly, allows them magical abilities, and almost gives them a magical energy that's enhanced with the beating of those wings. And then they beat their wings high up in the sky, warming the wings, warming the fairies. And once they've done this, they head off down into the forest. And you can then find those fairies in the forest, where they can perform magic. They can help life grow in the forest. They help those that are lost and those that are trying to be found. And sometimes they help just by being the voice in the back of your mind, where they just come down beside you, hovering by your ear. And they can talk verbally, but they can also communicate sounding like speech through the beat of their wings, beating their wings in certain rhythmic patterns that move the air around, replicating speech sounds, almost like a deeper and lower voice. And so, between being able to communicate using their wings and communicate verbally, they're able to replicate almost any voice they feel will be helpful to you as an individual. And that most people just see the glow of the wings from the distance and assume that they're either silvery glowing butterflies flying in the sky, darting through flowers, darting through the leaves in the trees, or they catch that glow at night in the distance as fairies dance and interact with each other, or are just travelling from A to B, and they interpret it as fireflies. But those fairies are always there to help. And the badger explains that you're here and you think this is just a reverie. But this is actually a deeper reality you're discovering that relates to your own reality, not just this reality in your mind. It's all representative. And the man doesn't fully understand, but on some level is aware that they can see a connection between the layout of this world in their mind and the reality. And they just feel that perhaps their mind just wasn't very creative in this instance, in this reverie, in creating the world their reverie was going to be in. Sometimes they drift into a reverie, and it could be an alien planet. It could be in outer space in a spaceship. It could even be floating in outer space, as if they're some kind of Superman able to fly in space without the need for any equipment. Or perhaps they're swimming underwater with dolphins, or with humpback whales. They usually find these reveries as so creative that they wondered why this world seemed so familiar and similar to their normal world where they've drifted into the reverie in. And then they ask how they're going to get back to their cabin. And the badger says that they can't really help themselves because they've got other things they need to be doing. But the frog can help. So they head to the frog, and the frog says, I can take you back to the cabin. Just jump on my back. And so the man jumps on the frog's back, and that frog begins to jump, and it leaps all the way back to that cabin. And the man holds on tight as the frog seems to bound its way across the grass until he can see the cabin. As he gets closer to the cabin, so he notices something strange occurring. That the weather near the cabin starts to change with each hop. That it goes from a summer's evening to him noticing snow around that cabin beginning to form, and realizing that it's almost as if that cabin and this reality are merging back together, as if he's beginning to get closer to his normal reality, beginning to drift out of this reverie. And as he closes in on the cabin, so he sees 3 mice stood outside that cabin, throwing tiny snowballs up at the window. And he watches in amusement as they do that, before watching those mice scurry off when he's near to them. And the frog arrives at the door, and with the size that he is, he dismounts off the frog. The frog says goodbye and heads off again. And he's able to just duck down a little bit and squeeze under the door. He squeezes himself under that door into the cabin. And as he does, he notices this cabin is dark, only lit with those electric candles, and the fire, and the moonlight shining in the windows. And he can see himself resting in the chair. And he heads over towards himself, and as he does, so he begins to get larger and larger, until he's his normal size. And he walks to where he is. And he feels this sense of being somehow ethereal, somehow not entirely physical. And so he carefully backs himself up into himself, lines his feet up with the feet of himself sat in that chair, then carefully sits himself down into himself in that chair. And then as himself in that chair, he has this sense that that's what he's just done. As he feels the warmth of the fire on his face, he hears the slight whistling of wind outside, the gentle tap of snow on the window panes. He carefully moves his shoulders and opens his eyes, realizes it's still very dark. He still has no idea of exactly how long has passed. And the cat's still asleep on his lap. And he carefully takes that cat off his lap, places it down in front of the fire again. He walks over to one of the windows, rests his hand on the window and can feel that coolness passing through the window pane into the palm of his hand. He can feel the coolness from outside passing through the window onto his face, as his face is near to that window. And he notices some flashes of light off in the distance. And notices a period of silence before hearing the low, gentle rumble of thunder. And realizes that there's a distant thunderstorm within this snow. And he's heard about these thunder snowstorms before, although he's never experienced one himself. And he keeps gazing out that window at the distant flashes of light in the sky, illuminating the clouds, followed by that low rumble of thunder in the distance. And then after a while, his lights turn themselves on. He hears everything resetting and turning on after the power cut. The cat pops its head up with the sudden light before closing its eyes again and drifting back asleep. The man sees that it's now beginning to get very late, and that he should head to bed. So no sooner has he finished meditating and relaxing, and the lights have only just come on, and he decides to turn it all off again. He makes sure the cake is covered and looks forward to eating some of that tomorrow. He makes sure that the fire is just embers and is perfectly safe. Just to have the slightest warmth in the cabin while he sleeps. And he heads off to bed. And as he drifts and floats asleep in bed, so he recalls his reverie. He tries to work out its meaning of both parts of that reverie, of the encounter with the bears, of the encounter with that badger, and other aspects of that reverie. He knows that when he has reveries that are automatic, where he's just going along with that reverie, enjoying where it takes him, just going with the flow, he knows that it's his unconscious mind teaching him something, updating his mind with new ways of being, new ways of responding, things that he wants to work on, that maybe he doesn't consciously know the answers for. But he finds himself trying to work it out anyway, as he drifts and floats asleep, and while he drifts and floats into a dream, so he can still occasionally hear that slight rumble of thunder in the distance. He's aware the storm isn't getting any closer, but he notices that the snow begins to transition firstly into sleet and then into rain, and he finds, while lying in a warm, comfortable bed with the sound of rain on the window, that distant, gentle, deep rumble of thunder, that something about that just helps him drift even deeper and feel even more relaxed in the experience of falling asleep. And he's curious about the fairies, whether there's more to the fairies, more to the experience than he realized. He remembers seeing what he thought looked like fireflies before he drifted into his reverie, and wonders whether they were fireflies, or whether his mind is aware that fairies are real out there somewhere, and that magic perhaps does exist, and isn't just something in stories and in your mind, or whether maybe he reads too many books and sometimes prefers to drift in those inner stories. And while he drifts asleep, so he finds himself walking through a land where his mind interprets the thunder in the distance as being a volcano he can see off in the distance, murmuring gently, just rumbling away, with the occasional puff of smoke and spitting of lava. And he looks around this dreamland he's drifting into. He sees a raven in a tree, just watching over him, making sure he's safe and well. And then he sees a green fairy fly down in front of him, and he notices her piercing green eyes, and the way that silver sparkles seem to emanate from the fairy's wings as they move so fast. The wings themselves almost just look like a blur, but every movement, every slight dart from one location to another leaves a small trail of silver sparkles that gradually fade. And the fairy talks with their voice and their wings, almost like a united voice that passes into his mind, into his body, and communicates with him a connection between his inner world and the outer world, and that he should believe in magic. And as he thinks about the idea of believing in magic, a bear hands him their leather jacket. He climbs on a motorbike, and while thinking of believing in magic and drifting deeper and deeper asleep, knowing he'll awaken in the morning, feeling so refreshed and revitalized and full of energy, having made some inner changes, he decides to go on an adventure, go on a journey to that volcano, a journey of deep inner discovery, unsure what this journey will entail. And as he cycles off on that motorbike, he drifts deeper and deeper into the most peaceful, most comfortable sleep. Just take a moment to close your eyes and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to gently drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of climbing a mountain. And you're climbing up that mountain towards a monastery that you can see way up high up the side of the mountain. And as you near that monastery, you keep pushing on, increasingly motivated. The crunching snow beneath your feet, the feeling of the cold air on your ears and your cheeks. And you can notice a slight numbness setting into your fingers. And at this point, that numbness is just a comfortable numbness. Your fingers are well gloved, but just enough cold is getting through to make them feel a slight numbness, just enough to remind your fingers that you're climbing in the cold. And yet, despite that slight numbness in those fingers, you can continue climbing, and it just helps you to be aware that you're undergoing this challenge. You've been working really hard up this mountain, striving to get to the top, and this journey hasn't been easy. But that hasn't led to you quitting. You've continued to climb higher and higher. And now that monastery is in sight. And that spurs you on, motivates you to continue your journey. And as you continue that journey, getting closer and closer to the monastery, so you notice some figures walking around outside the monastery. You see that there are some monks just roaming around the outside, each one looking like they're walking in such a measured, purposeful way. And so you watch, while you climb, at the way they seem to so purposefully be walking around the grounds of the monastery. And as you arrive at the monastery, so you pass through an archway. And almost as soon as you've passed through that archway, and the wind seems to die down, seems to calm right down, and your body feels warm from the effort of climbing, and yet those hands still feel a sense of the cold, a slight sense of numbness. And as you touch the hair that's touching your forehead, to move it off your forehead, and your fingers gently touch your forehead, you can feel the coolness from those fingers gently moving around your forehead. And because your face and your head is quite warm from all that effort, all that hard work of climbing the mountain, it really accentuates the coolness from the fingers. And you feel that coolness, that almost a blue numbness gently passing around the head, so comfortably cooling the head and the face, helping you relax, helping your breathing calm down, helping you feel a sense of peace and tranquility. And you walk among the monks, and you're searching for one specific monk. And you walk among them, and you look at each one as you walk, and you can see one monk sat on the wall of the monastery, on the wall that goes around the outside of the whole building and the grounds, sat on a slight pillar on that wall, facing out over the view down the mountain. And you suspect that that is the monk you're supposed to talk to. And so you begin to walk towards them. And then a monk steps up to you and stops you and says that here in the monastery you need to walk with intent. You need to walk mindfully. Don't just march over to somebody, but consider every step that you take. Consider the experience of each and every step, and not just the foot step, but the way the legs move, the way the muscles adapt to raise the lower part of the leg, to raise the upper part of the leg, to move the lower part of the leg forward, to adapt your balance so that you remain upright on the leg that's still on the ground, that lowers that leg back down to the ground, aligns the foot correctly, lowers the heel of the foot to the ground just enough so that it makes the correct contact with the ground before those changes happen in your body, to shift your body weight around, to allow you to be able to lift the other leg from the ground. And at first, this sounds complicated, sounds like you could end up overwhelmed by focusing that much on every little detail just of the process of walking. But they explain that by focusing on every detail, your attention narrows and you begin to become absorbed in the moment. And you can become so absorbed in the moment that your attention is on these things while at the same time not being on them at all. That you're just in a flow state. You're just in a state of knowing exactly what's happening moment to moment. But you're not attending to it with any kind of labels. You're not saying to yourself, I'm lifting this leg by using these muscles, by contracting those ones, extending those ones, shifting my body weight here. You just know what your body is doing. You know that you're walking. And so that's what you do. You begin to focus on the walking. And you walk in a slower, more measured way while you do this. And as you take these slower, more measured steps, at first, you think to yourself, it's a little bit like when a millipede is asked how it manages to walk with so many legs, or any other creature with many legs. And just the process of trying to focus on so much at once causes them to trip over those legs. And you think on some level about that occurring, about how much more difficult walking becomes when you're told to walk, when you're focusing on the walking. But while you overcome that inner difficulty, while you overcome that self-imposed difficulty, that difficulty by consciousness, you begin to allow it to become automatic. So it's automatic, and yet it's what you're attending to. And in that moment, you stop noticing sounds around you. You stop noticing movement around you. You stop noticing the sky. You stop noticing trees gently swaying. You just notice the experience of walking. And you almost feel in a strangely blissful state. A state that can perhaps start in your stomach or your chest, that can spread out, filling your arms and legs, and spread around to your head, all the way down to your feet, almost like a tingling blueness spreading throughout you, almost sounding like a million gently swinging tiny bells, twinkling one after the other, creating an almost sparkly tingle around and through your body of those bells making that sound. And as you continue walking, you almost have this sense of tiny, sparkling bits of light emanating from you, as if somehow you're in your own time, separate from the external time, walking closer and closer to that monk, feeling at one with the moment, like in your experience there's no past, no future, there is only now. And as you walk to that monk, so the monk turns to face you. They gesture for you to join them up on the wall. And so you climb up onto the wall. You sit down in a similar position to them, making yourself incredibly comfortable. And they tell you to just gaze off at that distant golden eagle that's circling overhead. And just watch, keep your head forward, and just raise your eyes to watch that golden eagle circling, and just keep motionless, keep your head forward and still, keep your body relaxed and still, and just focus on that golden eagle as it gently circles overhead. Focus on the experience of the eagle. Focus on the movement, not just of the wings, but of every single feather and every single strand on the feather, and how every feather has a role to play in helping that golden eagle glide so gracefully and effortlessly, and allowing your attention to be drawn into that, into the sound that golden eagle makes while flying, by the way the wind moves over and under its wings, to the sound of its beating heart, to the sensation of its moving neck, to what that eagle can see gazing down over the landscape, what it can feel as it passes through different bits of air, and how some air can raise it up, and in other locations it can naturally lower down. And give all of your attention to that golden eagle. And so as you do this, as you give all of your attention to that golden eagle, what you can see, what you can hear, what it would feel like flying up there, you begin to almost get tunnel vision here. Everything around your vision begins to fade away and almost turn to black. The monk begins to fade away, the monastery, the surroundings, until all you're aware of is that eagle circling overhead. And then while aware of just the eagle circling overhead, so your attention suddenly snaps to being in the eagle, seeing through the eagle's eyes. And you realize from the perspective of this eagle that everything that makes up that you back there, meditating on the wall of the monastery, is back there. That here, in the eagle, through the eagle's eyes, you don't feel, see or hear anything that you back there on the monastery wall sees, hears or feels. You just feel a floating, flying, relaxing sense of peace, of calm, of stability. A sense of invigoration at your experience, and a hyper-focus, and a complete lack of awareness of that you back there, and the experience of being that you back there on the monastery wall. And you allow yourself to fly as this eagle, to be going along for the journey, almost like a shared consciousness, like you're a consciousness in the mind of the eagle, while allowing the eagle to carry out its own actions. And you're just there, along for the ride, along for the experience. And as you gaze down, so you can notice rivers running through forest, a low mist. You can notice clouds in the sky. You can notice the way the sunlight illuminates the surface of water, of those rivers, of pockets of lakes within the forest. And so you fly around for some time as this eagle, gliding, feeling so effortless, so free from the feelings of that you back there on that wall. And then you have this sense that although you can't hear the monk talking with you, you feel like the monk is talking with you, like somehow they're helping to guide your experience. And you begin to have this experience fading away of flying with this eagle. But you find that your experience doesn't drift to the you sat in the monastery. Instead, it drifts down into that forest. And you find yourself darting and buzzing between the trees. And you realize, as you hover over an area of water, that you can see your reflection. and you notice that you've turned into a green fairy. And you dart down near the water and skim the water, creating slight ripples in that water, leaving a wake of sparkly light behind you everywhere you go. You fly up in the sky, you weave between the trees, and you realize that among the trees here in this forest seem to be many fairies and many other creatures you may never ever have seen or realized were here. And as you fly, you have this sense that it's a bit like you've got a hummingbird being carried on your back. Just that sound of the buzzing wings. Just the way that they allow you to make maneuvers that not even the most proficient fighter pilots could ever make. And you decide to test out what it's like being a fairy. You fly as fast as you can. You realize your senses are heightened, that you're able to respond rapidly, weaving between trees and branches. And then you slow down. You relax down onto a branch, and you gaze out through the forest. And while you relax there, still gently beating your wings, just keeping yourself on the spot, just helping to remain stationary, you're creating a slight mist of sparkling light that's gently beating from your back and slightly surrounding you, before you dart off out of that sparkling light and head down to the grass on the edge of the forest. And you wonder why you're having this experience. You've gone from being an eagle flying high in the sky to being this fairy. You wonder if, as a fairy, you have the power to grant wishes or do any magic or do anything fun, but you don't know how to do those things. So you try to think, what would a fairy do? And you wave an arm while making a magic spell that you just think of off the top of your head. And as you do that, you see the most unusual creature, a donkey with the head and neck of a llama, walking past, eoring like a donkey. And on its back is a tiny little, almost like a little person. And you head over and find that it's almost like a small troll that's riding on the back of that llama. And they say hello, and they seem incredibly friendly. And you wonder what else could be done with magic. You're trying to make a horse appear, but instead you had a donkey with the head and neck of a llama, ridden by a troll. So you try again. And again you want to try and make a horse appear. And you wave a hand and click a finger, and you hope this time it'll work. Only this time, suddenly, a moose walks past that seems to have a clockwork switch on its back. And that clockwork switch seems to be ticking along and turning, as in a very rigid way that moose walks past. And you decide not to try again. And you wonder what it is you're doing wrong. And then you hear a voice in your mind. You realise it's the monk. And you realise they're probably talking to you while you're sat on that wall. And that voice tells you you're overthinking it. You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard to be something else rather than being yourself. You're trying to do magic as you imagine magic would be done. And that magic isn't done as you imagine it would be done. It's done as you instinctively do it. And that the only way to perform magic is to be magic. Magic isn't something you can do, it's just something you either are or you aren't. And you don't really grasp this at first. And you walk over to the edge of a lake, your wings gently beating behind you. And you pick a small little yellow flower as you walk towards the edge of the lake. And you're aware of how big that flower is compared to you when you're so little. And you throw that flower onto the water's edge, just over the wave line. And as those waves lap into the shore and then pull back from the lake's edge, so you watch that flower gradually moving out, bobbing up and down into the water. And then once it's out in the lake a little way from the shore, sparkling starts happening around that flower. And that sparkling spreads from the petals outwards, creating almost like a sparkling hole in the water that's tinged with the yellow colour of the flower. And you feel this compulsion to fly to that hole and drop down through it. And so you fly out above the hole and you look down through the hole. And you see through the hole what looks like dry land. And you stop flapping your wings and you just drop straight down through that hole. And you find yourself suddenly being a person walking through a British village. And it's a quaint, small, quiet British village. And as you look around, so you realise that this village looks incredibly old. And it isn't that the shops or the houses look incredibly old. It's that the look of them is incredibly old. And you realise that somehow this seems like it's back in time. And so you walk through the village and you head in to the main town centre, where you can see a row of shops. And as you walk past the shops, one shop catches your eye, and you realise that how you're dressed looks out of place compared to the people around you. And so you decide to go into this shop and see if you can find some new clothes, something different to wear in this shop. And so you walk into that shop. You pick some items up that you want to try on. You head to the back of the shop. You head into a changing room. You change into those clothes in front of a mirror at the back of this shop. And as you look at yourself in this mirror, you end up hearing sounds around you changing. And as you exit the changing room, you find that you're even further back in the past. That the shop itself seems to have changed. And you walk out of this shop and out into the road, and you look around with a slight sense of confusion. And you realise that something about that shop and that mirror seems to have transported you back into the past, even further than you'd already travelled. And you explore this time period. You listen to people talking, people going about their everyday life. And you head down to the nearby river, and you walk along the edge of that river, and you can see that there's a water mill along the edge of this river. And you head to that water mill, and you can hear the sound of the water wheel spinning, the mill turning, and you can smell the smell of flour. And nearby the mill, you notice there seems to be a bakery, and you can smell that smell of freshly baking bread. And you take a look in the mill, and you see all the grains falling onto a grindstone. And you see, as they pass onto the stone, they get broken down into smaller and smaller, finer and finer pieces, until they're almost just like dust. And then they pass through, and they pass out, and they end up in a bag to be removed and taken away from that mill. And you watch as this happens for a while, and you have this sense of the way this mill is working, that it seems to at times add water to help lubricate, to help with the process of grinding that down, and help it more comfortable as it grinds that grain down to the finest flour. And then one of the bakers comes in and begins to talk with you, and begins to explain about them having the finest, softest, fluffiest flour in the land, that there is nowhere with softer, fluffier flour than there, that it's the way the mill works that creates that soft, fluffy flour, the way it breaks it down with the grindstone, the way it uses water to be able to flush that through comfortably, to be able to create that incredibly soft flour, which passes through to a bag, and they gather it all up. They make sure it's all dried out, and then they bake with it, baking the fluffiest, most wonderful loaves of bread. And they take you through to the bakery, and as soon as you walk in, the smell you could already smell increases significantly. Suddenly you notice your mouth salivating. You notice your stomach waking up. on hearing and smelling this bread being baked, as if your body is suddenly alerted to the pleasures of this bread. And they show you around and they give you a taste before you decide you've got to go. And so you leave here, you walk back towards that shop, and you have this instinctive feeling of knowing what you need to do. And back at the shop, you change back into those clothes. And as you change back into your normal clothes in front of that mirror, and you leave that changing room, you find that you're back in your own time. You're back in the time of the clothes. Except you're here in England. That you're not back in the time that you entered the shop in. You're back in your real time. And a part of you knows that while you're stood here in this English town, which still looks quaint, with many old shops and old buildings that now look like old shops and old buildings, you're aware that somewhere out there at exactly the same time, you're sat on the edge of a wall on a monastery in a mountain, meditating, and somehow projecting this you here with the help of that monk. And you walk through the town, you walk back down to that river. You find that there's only the remnants of that old bakery and the old mill. That it's now a footpath along the river, and there's a cafe there now. And you head to a park, and you sit in the park for a little bit, watching people playing, watching people walking their dogs, watching the way the shadows of the clouds gently pass across the grass. Curious what this experience is teaching you. You came to the monk to learn, to discover yourself, to connect deeply with yourself and with the world around you. Unsure what the experience would be, and the only criteria was that you had to show motivation, dedication. You had to show that you were willing to have the experience. You were willing to climb that mountain. You were willing to engage with the monks in the monastery and with the monk on the wall, and then trust that monk enough to allow yourself to experience what they guide you to experience, and to trust that those experiences are for your benefit, to help you understand yourself and your connection with others and other parts of the world around you in a whole new way. And as you realize you're beginning to deeply understand, you begin to have a sense of the wind on your face, and you start feeling like you're sitting on that wall. And then you start to be aware of your body, and notice how incredibly comfortable your body feels sat here. That it's as if somehow you are here, and yet you've left behind, those parts that you wanted left behind. A bit like taking all of the blocks that make something up and reforming them, putting them back together to something that looks very similar and yet is slightly different. Or in the same way that throwing a stone into a pool of water changes that pool of water so that it's no longer the same as it was before, and yet to anyone else who looks at that pool of water, it'll look the same as it's always looked. They'd be unaware that a stone was thrown into that pool of water, that the water level is ever so slightly higher, that everything was moved because of that stone sploshing into the water, passing to the bottom. All the atoms in that water carefully moved and jiggled about and changed places because of the stone. And yet only the person who threw the stone in would know that. And the monk climbs down off the wall and starts to walk towards the monastery. And you can tell from the way they're walking that they're walking with intent. And you begin to follow. And you follow the rules that you were told earlier. And so you begin to walk with intent. And you walk into that monastery, where it's suddenly peaceful and incredibly quiet, with just the slightest echo from the footsteps of the monk and from your footsteps as you walk into that monastery. And the monk turns and guides you down some steps. And the monk says there are 10 steps, and they descend into the dark. So it's best that you count your way down, so as to safely walk to the bottom, and that you'll go deeper into the monastery as you do. And things will become increasingly peaceful in that deeper chamber under the monastery. And so you begin to descend those steps, 10, 9, 8, going deeper and deeper down those steps, descending into the monastery, counting your way down as you go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, with everything getting quieter and quieter around you. 2, 1, and then hearing a slight echoing of the first footstep on the floor in this chamber, and then walking in the dark through this chamber, following where you feel the monk is walking. And then after a few moments, you notice the monk has lit a torch and then used that torch to light a flame. And with that flame lit, so this chamber becomes illuminated. And as this chamber becomes illuminated, so you notice the incredible mosaic on the floor, the repeating patterns, where when you look at one part, it looks like one pattern, and then as you zoom in on that pattern, you notice that it just repeats to a smaller and smaller scale, looking almost exactly the same, as if the same type of pattern is present, but looks subtly different. And so a part of your attention is drawn to absorbing yourself in that pattern, in following the pattern from the largest scale down to the smallest scale you can observe, and then back out to the largest scale again, and then back down to that smallest scale. And next to the flame that the monk lit is a bowl of water, and the monk places some rose petals in that water, and as they float on the surface of the water, so they begin to give off the most beautiful rose fragrance. You can just have a sense of wafting into your nose. And the monk tells you to put your hands in the water and gently pat your face with that water. Pat the water over your forehead. Close your eyes, pat the water over your eyes. Pat it gently on your cheeks, on the side of your temple. And gently pat your face with that water. And as you do that, you can really notice that rose smell contained within the water. And once you've done that, and you open your eyes, and you dry your hands by rubbing them on your legs, you notice what look like ghosts or spirits walking around and standing around you in a circle. And you look around and you see them all looking so friendly, gazing at you. And the monk explains that these 12 spirits watch over the monastery. They watch over those who come to the monastery. They share collective knowledge and wisdom. That each of these 12 was once in charge of the monastery, and when they passed on, they became one of the 12. And that occasionally they pass on from their spirit form. But they only do that at a time that there's another one of the monks to take their place, so that they can maintain at least 12 of them to be able to offer their collective knowledge and wisdom of all of the techniques, strategies they've learned, all they know about connecting with the world around them. That it was a number of years ago that one monk stumbled upon a way of being able to become one with the universal energy, and to be able to almost become real as the energy, to be able to have consciousness in a single location contained within that universal energy, and then powering that consciousness through deep thought to be able to focus that energy on creating a spirit-like body, and that they realize that they can connect with the past, the present, and the future through this universal energy that was there at the beginning of time and will be there to the end of time. And so, with the progress you've made, they're allowing you to access their counsel, to be here to ask questions, and they'll answer your questions, and they'll share knowledge, and they can share their healing and their wisdom. And so they direct you to a chair. You sit down on that chair. One of the spirits comes over. They lay their hand gently on your forehead, and their hand feels so soft, with a very slight tingle to it, almost as if you're being touched by silk. And the hand seems to give off a slight eucalyptus scent, as if something about this energy being, this process of being energy, gives off a eucalyptus scent that just seems to fill and clear the nostrils and helps you to breathe better and relax deeper. And they tell you to just take a few moments with your eyes closed to begin to breathe deeply and comfortably. And as you breathe so deeply and comfortably, just have a sense in your mind's eye of a pocket watch just gently swinging left and right, left and right in front of you. Just have a sense of watching that pocket watch swinging left and right, left and right. And as you watch that pocket watch swinging left and right, having a sense of what that pocket watch would sound like. Maybe there's a swooshing sound as it swings left and right, and having a sense of all of your attention being on that watch. And while you watch that watch, having a sense of counting backwards from 10 in your mind, and going deeper and more relaxed into the experience, connecting yourself with the universal energy in a way that allows these 12 guides, these 12 spirits, to share their knowledge, their wisdom, their healing with you, to be able to respond to any questions, any thoughts you may have, to be able to help you in any way you want help, and allowing you while you count down to be able to formulate the question you would like to ask. And when you formulate that question you would like to ask, once you get to the count of 1, you can ask that question, and they can communicate the answer. And they can communicate that answer in a period of silence. And when they communicate that answer in the period of silence, they may communicate it with a word, a phrase, a sentence, or it could be with a feeling, a gesture, or it could be in a way that you just know or understand, or something you're going to discover, but you can be comfortable in the knowledge that they've communicated that, and that you can then use that knowledge, use that healing for your own well-being, knowing you can always come and ask them questions again in the future. And so, once they've said that, you begin your counting down. 10, 9, 8, going deeper into the experience, connecting deeper with that universal energy. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. and then presenting the question. And then they can take their time to respond with their answer. And then you'll know on some level the answer has been received. That their all-knowing knowledge, wisdom, insights and healing are able to be used and transmitted back to you at this time. Even if you forget later what it was, and what it is, and what it shall be. And then they remove their hand from your forehead. You have this feeling of them stepping back into their circle. You have a sense of relaxing there. And you almost feel this feeling around you of a warmth beginning to spread so comfortably down through the top of your head, relaxing and spreading down through your neck muscles, your face muscles, down to your shoulders, down through your shoulders, down each arm to your fingertips, down your back, down your front, all the way down your sides, down to your legs, and that warmth, that comfort, spreading all the way down to your feet. And as that warmth and comfort spreads all around you, you begin to have that feeling almost like you're wrapped up in a chrysalis. Like somehow change is happening, and you're being wrapped up with extra comfort and a deep sense of love and kindness, almost like the most loving hug, the most comforting hug, that gradually, very slowly, begins to release itself, as you have this sense almost like you're unzipping and stepping out of a sleeping bag. And being aware of being sat in that seat. And as you rise from that seat, so you have this feeling like you've left something behind in that seat. Something you didn't need to take with you. Something that's right to be left right there. And you have that sense of it as that monk is smiling at you, and you watch as those other 12 fade away, and the monk leads you back out of this area, back out of this chamber, back up those steps, back to the main part of the monastery. And the monk tells you you've received what you came here to receive, and you'll discover the changes from that over the next few days. And you can come back and revisit regularly if you're willing to make the journey and willing to engage with the experience. And the monk shows you on your way. And so you head back down the mountain. You head back the way you came. You head back through the forest, wondering if you can spy any of those green fairies. And you head all the way back towards your hometown. And as you head towards your hometown, On your journey, you see a fairground, and with that fairground, you see what looks like a zoo attached, and you go and visit those animals at the zoo. And they tell you that this is a travelling zoo, that these are all rescue animals, with the plan to release them back into the wild once rehabilitated. And so they're kept as wild as they can in this setting. And that they have to meet certain criteria to be allowed here. They have to be able to be suitable to be able to go back into the wild. They're only here very temporarily for any given animal, just for brief periods of support. And you look around at the animals here, and you seem to feel a deep connection with them. And then you head in to the fair. You see a small tent. You walk up, being nosy, you look in the tent, and you see someone there, sat at a table. And you see that they have just laid out some tarot cards. And they call you over by name. They tell you these are your cards. And they turn over a card and tell you that it's about your past, that you've had some challenges, that you sometimes doubt yourself and yet try to portray an air of being confident. You still think of yourself as being really young, as not really being as mature as you try to portray yourself as being. That you really try to fit in, but find that it can be a struggle at times. And that sometimes people will tell you that you appear really confident. And you may smile, and you may pretend to agree, and yet internally you worry that that's not actually you. That you're the same person inside your mind that you were when you were much younger. You haven't grown up with your body. That the person you see in the mirror is different to the person you feel like inside. And then they turn over the next card and they tell you that this is your present. And as you look at that card and listen to them talking, they tell you that you have worries. You have things you'd like to achieve and don't know whether you can succeed. That you have a dream that you'd like to follow, but are unsure where to start. And that it's hard sometimes to find the motivation to be able to start that thing you really want to do. That you've got a circle of friends, but only a few who you would class as really close. And that you would really like to sometimes have a few more friends, or even just that one friend that's just right for you. That you do have some great friends, but not necessarily that one special friend. And they start telling you about the present. And then they turn over a card and they say, this is your future. And as they start telling you about the future, they tell you you've just had an experience, and that something about that experience has made this card slightly cloudy, as if the future you would have been told just days ago has been shifted by some magical experience, some deep, transformative experience. And that there's some pain in your life that can shift and change, that sometimes discomfort can turn into something better, can lead to opportunities where you can find some comfort contained even on the smallest level of that discomfort, like discovering an acorn in soil that nothing can grow in, and yet somehow, against all odds, with just enough water and nurturing, just the right amount of sunlight, that acorn grows and sprouts through. And somehow, despite everything trying to eat it down, everything coming over and trying to trample it, it manages to survive, manages to bounce back and grow taller and taller until it's too tall to trample, it's too tall for a rabbit to come along and nibble at it and eat it down. And it grows taller and taller. And while it's growing taller and taller, it faces many storms and is able to survive those storms because it just flexes and bends in the wind until it reaches a size where it's able to dig its roots in so deeply that in dry periods its roots are so deep they can still find water. In windy times its roots are so deep it remains upright. And it stretches and reaches for the sky and lasts so gracefully, with some scars on it caused by its journey, some scars from lightning, some scars from fire, some scars from droughts, many scars that show off the life that this tree has led, and yet here it is with the most beautiful, perfect green leaves, stretching to the sky, burrowed deep under the ground, giving life to the surrounding area. And they tell you that this is what that third card means for you. And they hand you that third card. And you turn the third card around and you look at it. You see on that card a dove flying with a twig in its beak, with the view of an ocean in the background, and some distant islands, and some wispy clouds. And you leave this tent, placing that card in a pocket. And as you leave the tent and turn around, you find that the zoo and the fair seem to have vanished, and where they were is now just empty land. And you're curious about that. You continue your journey home. And on arrival home, you have the most comfortable bath with some candles that you light dotted around the bath. And you put the matches off to one side, relax yourself down under the bubbles, smelling that fresh pine smell given off by the candles, listening to something relaxing in the background, feeling the warmth of the bath, the tickling of the bubbles. And after deeply relaxing in the bath, you head to bed. You settle down in bed, and as you think about the experience you've had, you begin to drift and float comfortably asleep. You begin to dream about that oak tree. you begin to dream about sitting in the tree, feeling the bark beneath you, touching the bark with your hand, feeling this sense of almost like by touching the bark of the tree, you connect on a deeper level with nature and almost sense a communication between the tree and yourself. And scurrying along one of the branches, you see a squirrel heading over, stopping, looking over at you tentatively, heading a bit closer, flicking its tail a few times while it stops, perching up on its back legs, holding its paws up in front, sniffing a little bit, heading a bit closer, gradually feeling a sense of deep trust for you, until eventually it comes all the way up to you, rests down on your lap, and lets you pet it gently, feeling its fluffy tail, feeling the warmth it gives off through its fur, forming that relationship with the world around you as you comfortably and relaxed drift and float asleep. So, just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story about you finding yourself out sailing on the ocean. And you're on a sailboat, and it's at night time, and the water's calm, just gently bobbing up and down. And there's a warm breeze. And you've got the sail unfurled. And in that warm, calm breeze, it's just gently moving your sailboat through the water. You can feel the bobbing of the boat on the water. You can hear the slight sploshing as the boat passes through those gentle waves, and the slight sway of the boat, and the occasional flapping sound of the sail. In moments when the wind calms down and then starts up again gently. And as you sail along, so you can notice the moon in the sky and the way that moon creates dancing silver speckles of light across the ocean. You can notice the shades of blue and the dark, almost grey-black clouds passing in front of the stars and occasionally in front of the moon. And yet the moon's brightness manages to shine through much of the cloud, just adding a slight wispiness across the moon while the cloud passes by. And you can relax back on the boat, gazing up at the sky, recognizing certain constellations, and watching as they disappear from view and reappear as clouds pass. And the only light out here is the light of the moon and stars. You have all lights on the boat turned off. And just having the sail up makes the boat quiet as it passes through the water. You hear the occasional distant splash of whales rising up to the surface and lowering down again, and the occasional sound of whales taking a breath before they dive again. And you can enjoy a sense of deep relaxation, being out here, a long way from land. And as you gaze up at the sky, so you occasionally notice dots floating by, almost having a sense like they make a sound, but knowing that you can't hear anything from them. But you can become so absorbed in watching and following dots passing across the sky that you almost have that feeling of hearing something. You can notice the occasional shooting star, and again have that feeling of almost hearing a fizzing sound, and almost having that sense of smelling a slight ozony smell, but knowing that it's probably just your senses telling you that that's what you should experience. And you can find yourself occasionally closing your eyes and just listening to the sounds around you, the sounds of the water, the sounds of the boat, the sounds of silence. Almost like there's a softness massaging your hearing, and almost noticing your breathing falling into sync with the movement of the boat on the waves, almost hypnotically lulling you to sleep. And as you begin to get a feeling of wanting to fall asleep, so you take down the sail, you lower an anchor. You know that the weather's expected to remain calm and peaceful through the night. And you head into the boat. And you've got the most comfortable breeze blowing in through a window into the boat. And as you relax on the softest bed, wrapped in the fluffiest blanket, you can notice the feeling of breathing in the fresh sea air, almost like that flows into you, passing through your body, almost like it's healing through you and relaxing you deeper and deeper. Then each out-breath is almost like breathing out a little stress and tension, making more room for deeper relaxation. And as you fall into an automatic pattern of breathing in that deeply relaxing way, So you begin to drift deeper and more relaxed asleep. And as you drift deeper and more relaxed asleep, you start to have a sense of colours in your mind's eye. Just a glimmer of the colours, the occasional pulsing of light and colour, different shades. And then gradually, out of those vague impressions of colour and light, you begin to just notice patterns and shapes. And with it, you begin to hear sounds in your mind's eye. And you begin to lose awareness of being on that boat while you drift into an awareness of a dream. And you find yourself almost floating through a pitch black room. Your mind, as you pass through this pitch black room, is telling you that you're walking. And yet you just have more of a feeling like you're gliding, like your legs aren't actually moving. You're upright, but you just seem to be gliding forward through this room. And occasionally there'll be a flash of light, and you'll notice beams of light. And you realize that there's a little bit of light getting into this room. And in this room, in the darkness, there seem to be some mirrors on the walls. And as you glide past the mirrors, so the little light that gets into this room bounces and reflects, and you get different viewpoints of that light as you pass by different mirrors. And then you recognize that in front of you is yourself, getting closer and closer. And as you get closer and closer, so you begin to notice an ornate wooden border to that mirror in front of you. You notice the way that mirror is curved, almost like the shape of an egg. And you can see from your waist up in that mirror. And as you reach out towards that mirror with your hand, so the room illuminates slightly, as if slightly more light is shining in from somewhere. And you notice behind you in the mirror your reflection from different angles in some of the other mirrors around the room. And as your hand gently touches the mirror, it notices that coolness of the glass, the smoothness of that glass. And your hand can gently slide those fingertips down that glass. And then you place the palm of your hand against the palm of your hand in the mirror. And then you notice that your hand begins to pass through the mirror. Almost like the mirror has turned to water. And there's a comfortable warmth as that hand passes through the mirror. And you float yourself forward towards the mirror. And you float into the mirror. And as you fully pass through that mirror, you find yourself in the past. You can suddenly hear sounds of birds. Notice yourself surrounded by woodland. And with your hands still stretched out, you can see how much younger that hand looks. And then over your shoulder, you hear a friend laughing and running and calling your name and talking with you. And you realise it's a good friend from when you were much younger, back from your school days. And you're out here exploring the woods, hearing the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze, smelling that fresh woodland air. And the friend is saying, come on, come on. And they're encouraging you along. And you instinctively follow. And you disappear off into the woods, following them through the trees. And as you weave around those trees, so you touch the bark of those trees. You notice some falling leaves occasionally as the wind continues to blow a breeze. And you find yourself at the foot of a tree with some rope hanging down from that tree and some blocks of wood attached to the trunk. And your friend has already climbed, holding the rope, walking up those blocks of wood, up to the tree house, and they're calling down to you, come on, come on. And you instinctively just engage with this. And you grab that rope and you can feel the rope in your hands, the coarseness of that rope. As you get your foot up onto the first wooden block, and you pull yourself up and push yourself up and ascend that tree and enter the tree house. And the two of you sit in that tree house. You can feel a slight breeze blowing into the house. And they pour you both a drink from a flask. And they talk about this being your space, just the two of you, and how they don't want this moment to end. They wish it was possible to stay young forever, to be able to just remain in this moment. And a part of you knows that this is just a dream, it's just a memory, and yet it feels so real. You know that you can touch the walls of this treehouse. You can smell the wood the treehouse is built with. You can hear the slight creaking of the tree as it gently sways, almost imperceptibly. And it all feels so real and engaging. Like you've learned how to hang on to these moments of pleasure from life, and being able to re-access them. And you hold that drink in two hands, put it up to your mouth and have some of that drink, and rest it back down in your lap. As you go quiet for a moment, just enjoying the moment, almost hearing the peace and silence of the woodland, the sounds of birds. And sitting back against the wall of the treehouse, finding yourself wanting to capture this moment as the friend had described. And while up in the treehouse, trying to make time stand still, you notice how the sun is beginning to set, and the air is quickly developing a coolness to the breeze. And you know that autumn must be approaching, because it can be warm through the day, and yet now it cools down quickly into the evening. And you both agree it's time to go, and you leave that treehouse. And they say it's time to head home, and you head back the way you came. Only as you near that mirror, they stop, they say goodbye. They say that they're always in your mind. You can always come here, you can see them, because they're always with you. And you look back at them, and you smile, and then you put your hand out, touch that mirror, noticing your hand going through the mirror. You pass through that mirror, finding yourself back in that dark room. And for a while you just stand there, thinking about the experience, curious about your learning, curious about the growth and curiosity, the discoveries you're making within your mind. And then you walk over to one of the other mirrors. And again you can see yourself in that mirror. And you reach out and touch the mirror. And like before, your hand goes through the mirror. and you follow behind it. And this time you find yourself sitting at home, and you're in a conservatory. And you're reading a book. You're drinking a drink. You're taking time to relax, time out from your day. And then someone walks through to the conservatory, and they see you sat there reading. And they say they thought that you went out on your boat, and that that's where you'd be now. And you notice that they're dressed for bed, and they've got a hot chocolate in their hands, and they're wearing the most comfortable dressing gown. And as you gaze up from the book and notice that, and then look around, you realize outside the conservatory it's night time. You look over at a clock, and you can see near the clock there's a calendar, and you realize on the calendar, and by the time on the clock, that what you're looking at and experiencing is now, and that right now you are asleep on that boat, and yet right now here you are. And you stand up slowly, placing that book down, looking around you. You see that mirror on the wall at the back of the conservatory. You open the doors of the conservatory and walk outside. You can feel the air as you breathe in and out. And you realize that this mirror seems to have transported you to a location in the here and now. And you begin to wonder whether it's almost like you've somehow teleported. You start to think to yourself how you've heard stories about people astral travelling. You wonder if this is a bit like astral travelling, that you found yourself in another location in the current time, while your body is actually on that boat. And you walk back indoors, and you go in to the living room. You sit down on a comfortable chair. And the person here sits with you. And the two of you just talk and talk. And you find yourselves having conversations you don't normally make time for, asking how each other are, listening, being present. And you feel that there's something almost on the tip of your tongue that you're learning. And you're curious what that is. And then after a while, they say that they're heading to bed. And they stand up, say good night. And they head off to bed. You say you'll head to bed shortly. You just want to finish reading what you were reading first, You go back to the conservatory. You find that book. You find the page you're on and you continue reading. And when you reach the end of a chapter, you put the bookmark into the book. You put that book down. You walk over to the mirror. And as you reach out to the mirror, so you float through that mirror, finding yourself back in that room. And you can see that opposite that mirror is another mirror on the other wall. And you walk to that other mirror. You take a few deep, comfortable breaths, curious what your experience will be through this mirror. You close your eyes for just a moment, and then you open your eyes and put your hand out. You pass through the mirror. And you find yourself surrounded by the scents of the most beautiful meadow. And it's night time here in this meadow. The meadow is just illuminated by moonlight. And you're in this meadow, up on a hillside, noticing woodland behind you, seeing glistening light on a river that seems to be weaving around below you. You can notice the way that the grass moves and sways, sparkling in that moonlight as the wind blows a breeze gently across that grass, and the different scents of the wildflowers. And you're curious about where here is. Because this seems like a very ordinary place. You're aware of the experiences you've had and are curious about the one that you're having. And you relax back on that meadow, lying down, gazing up at the stars and the moon. And you try to work out the different constellations. But while you're trying to work that out, you find that you can't seem to recognize any. And as someone who's used to sailing, you're very used to looking up at the stars and quickly recognizing the night sky and knowing where you are in relation to that sky. And yet you don't seem to recognize any constellations here. And as you gaze up at the sky, it's just a little curiosity. It doesn't really register the significance of that observation. And you continue to be watching the sky, watching that moon pass across the sky. When suddenly you have this sense that something's rising in the east. And it's got a slight orangey glow, but it doesn't feel like the sun. And it isn't as bright as the sun. And while you gaze over to the east, you start to notice something tangible, something solid appearing in the sky. And it's moving very slowly into view. And you realize that as it rises in the sky, it seems to be a planet with rings. And you notice how much like Saturn it looks. And as the night continues on, that rises higher and higher in the sky. But as more and more of it appears in the sky, there's still even more that hasn't appeared. Until half the night sky is taken up by that planet. And the moon that was heading over to the west is now out of view. And you realize that you're nowhere near sunrise, and that you seem to be on some kind of terraformed moon around a planet. And so you stand up as there's a bit more light now, with the light reflecting off of that planet and onto this moon. And you walk around and begin to explore. And you see down by the water what looks almost like camper vans. And so you head down towards those camper vans. And as you get near, you walk around quietly. And it looks like people are probably in them, and perhaps asleep. And so you explore around them. And while you walk around near those camper vans, getting nearer to the water's edge, you can hear that trickling, flowing water. And you notice that some of the plants here that you walk through and brush your legs past seem to let up almost like sparkling purple pollen that floats away from those plants, catches in the breeze, and begins to spread out and rise up into the air, like purple glitter sparkling in the air. And you walk along a little further, following the water. And you find a rock to sit on. You sit on that rock and rest your feet gently into the water, feeling that cool water tickling past your feet. And you wait for the people in those camper vans to wake up. You decide you don't want to disturb them, and while you wait, you end up feeling sleepier and sleepier. And so you relax back on the shore, lying down on the grass. And you just decide to let your eyes close for a moment. And with your eyes closed, you drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. And then, after a while of being asleep, you begin to feel the faintest warmth on your face and a slight light on your face, and you realize that it must be daytime. And as you open your eyes and look around, you see butterflies flying among the plants in the meadow. Unusual butterflies you've never seen before. Butterflies of electric blue that seem to almost sparkle and twinkle while they fly from plant to plant. Purple butterflies and green butterflies, all flying in and out of the unusual flowers here in this meadow. And you watch those butterflies for a while, distracted by the butterflies, before turning your attention to the day. You see the way that river is flowing, the slight mist hovering just ever so slightly above the water. And you notice that the sun in the sky seems much dimmer than you'd expect, and that planet is still visible in the sky, slowly setting down the west. And you have this sense from where the sun is in the sky that this isn't just the first light of morning, that you've probably slept for a while. And then you hear someone acknowledging you. And acknowledging that you're awake. And they ask if you'd like something to eat. And you look over towards those cabins or towards those little homes by the water. And you realize that that's what they seem to be, almost like little research centers. The sort of thing you recall seeing on programs about Antarctica. And you stand up and you head over, and the friendly person smiling at you, greeting you, inviting you in. And you walk in, you have something to eat. And you notice that everything seems to almost be like touch screens everywhere. And incredibly technological. And you ask where you are. And they explain that you're circling a planet. And they say what planet this is and what star system this is. And you ask about the year. And the year they name makes no sense to you. You notice that they look like ordinary humans. So you ask if they are, and they say that they are. You say when you're from, and ask when this is in relation to that. And they say that that was a long, long time ago. That by the year 10,000, people decided that it was getting stupid, having these years racking up into larger and larger numbers. And so they'd stopped using that old calendar. And that by then, people had spread out so far from the planet Earth that Earth had become more of a holiday destination where you visited to look at old stuff and to take photos. But they said that even the photos aren't really photos as you probably know them. It's more like taking mental images, and that you can encounter people and you can say, did you want to see the photos I took? And then almost like sharing memories with people, you share those still images and the moving images straight from one mind to another. That long ago they'd reached a point where technology and life merged together, where it was natural to have biological technology storing information within DNA, almost like using the DNA as hard drives, and being able to store different information throughout all the cells in a person's body. And that the ways of travelling and spreading out advanced so much, even achieving faster than light travel, but not by going faster than light. And with all of this, they've colonized such a large area, and population has continued to grow. It just now fills most of the galaxy, and any moon or planet that had the potential for habitability was colonized and continues to be colonized. But now that colonization happens in harmony with the locations, rather than in a destructive manner. And so here you are, on a moon around a planet that has had some minimal terraforming, just to help work in harmony what was already here. And on some outposts like this, there's just a handful of people in any one location, often still focusing on the pursuit of knowledge and curiosity, which is what has driven humans to the stars and kept humans driving further and further ever since. And that there was a time when humans thought that life probably evolved elsewhere long ago, and that there's probably a lot of intelligent life out there. And they explained that there is intelligent life out there that's non-human life. But it turned out, once humans spread into space, that they were actually one of the first civilizations to reach that peak, rather than one of the last. They'd imagined they'd encounter civilizations millions, if not a couple of billion years older. with technology that's perhaps indistinguishable from magic. But instead they found that they were slightly ahead of the curve and felt that it was their duty as a species to set an example of how to spread peace and harmony through the galaxy. And here you are, somehow stepped through a mirror onto this moon in the future. And they explained they didn't even know anything about this mirror, how it got there, where it came from. But it seems almost like portals that have been laid down, a bit like some of the technology they've had for a while now, to allow them to seemingly travel faster than light by bypassing space and time. And as you sat, looking around you, seeing what the inside of this location's like, seeing if there's anything more you can learn, that maybe you can remember when you wake from this dream. You notice what looks like a TV screen, and you ask what's going on that TV screen. And they say that you don't really want to know. It's a guilty pleasure of theirs to watch this program. And you're curious what the guilty pleasure of a human thousands of years in the future is. And they make that screen larger, and the screen almost floats in the air with a level of solidity, as if it's a solid screen, yet there's nothing really there. It's almost like a projection into space. And you notice the strangest thing. It's an unusual cartoon, and they describe it as a vintage cartoon, as something people used to watch many years ago. But to you, this is a cartoon that doesn't exist yet. It's a futuristic cartoon. And it has a strange element of almost seeming real, and yet you can tell that it's animated, but it's not like computer generated. It looks very much like the kinds of cartoons many people remember as children. And on this cartoon, you see lots of different animals running around, interacting with each other, talking with human voices, as many cartoons of the past did, and of the present. But you get told that in the old days, so they've been led to believe, people used to compete to try to win rather than just trying to better themselves, rather than having a pursuit being the pursuit of knowledge and personal growth. People used to have pursuits of trying to be better than others and trying to prove that they're better than others. And this cartoon tries to poke fun at that unusual, archaic idea. And in this cartoon, there are some really good friends, and they spend all their time trying to prove they're better than each other. And in this episode, There's a guinea pig, there's a fox, there's a duck, there's a cat, and they're all competing in an Olympics. And they said they've heard that the Olympics was some kind of competition where people try to prove that they're the best, and that people would go to lengths of even cheating to try and prove they're the best. They're explaining that they don't understand why, because how can you prove you're the best if you've cheated to be the best? Because all that proves is that you probably weren't. And they have no concept of the old times. And so they find this really amusing, watching these animals dashing around. With that guinea pig doing a 100-meter sprint, with the fox easily dashing past, with its brushy tail bounding along, all that fur flowing back, almost as if it's some kind of a super speedy fox. And then doing diving, where the duck seems to do better at duck diving than the fox, almost belly flopping, and the guinea pig getting out the water looking like a puffball. And they're all friends, but they spend the whole episode competing in different events. And the cat isn't a fan of the water events. But the cat loves the events where it can be stealthy and slow. And so they all compete through the episode. And while you watch this person laughing, wondering what they're finding so amusing, hearing the different catchphrases of the characters, you realise that some aspects of the future just haven't changed. That people still find things funny, still have humour and comedies, and still watch programs and entertainment. Despite all the talk of scientific advancement and a desire for knowledge and following curiosity. And they explain that myths and legends really absorb you, take your mind elsewhere, and can teach you so much about life, about the world, and is so much more memorable than just bombarding people with scientific facts and with general knowledge, especially when there's so much to learn and to understand about the universe. And after a while, you say goodbye to this person. You head back towards that mirror. And as you pass through the mirror, you find yourself back in that dark room. And as you look around, you notice that the light is fading, that those mirrors are becoming harder and harder to see. And you begin to feel that gentle rocking of being on that boat, and of beginning to drift out of this dream and back to normal reality. And as you drift back to being on that boat, you cling on to some of that sense of drowsiness, almost like that moment between sleep and wake in the morning, where you're awakening in the morning naturally and feel that incredible pleasure of that moment before waking up, where you're no longer tired, and you know that when you do wake, you're going to wake feeling full of plenty of energy, but you feel so incredibly comfortable, wrapped up in satin and silk sheets, so soft, and the smell of the salty air, and eventually knowing you've got to get out of bed. And you wake up on this boat, noticing how the sun's risen in the sky. You have something to eat, raise the anchor, and continue your journey. And on your journey, you can now see those whales that you could only hear at night. And you can see the land in the distance that you're heading towards. And after a long time, as night begins to set in again, you arrive at your destination. You arrive at a small, secret cove, a place you love to come on holiday that can only be reached by boat. And the whole journey you've been pondering and wondering about your dream, about the experience, about how real it felt, curious about what you were learning, and how it was rewiring, reprogramming your mind, how it seemed to rejuvenate you and help you feel so refreshed and alert when you awoke, and that you almost felt like a new person, like a weight had been lifted from your shoulders, like something was left behind, and you're able to move forward and engage in your experiences in a new way. And you moor up the boat and walk into the cove, walk to a cabin, open the door to the cabin. And you notice that it's a little dusty in places. So you clean up a little bit around the cabin before making yourself something to eat and drink, lighting a fire, settling down by that fire, phoning home, asking how last night went, really trying to fish to see if you'd actually visited, to check to see if it was just a dream. But the description they gave you was that you were never there, that they just had a hot chocolate, they were wrapped up in a comfy dressing gown. They sat for a little while, drinking their hot chocolate before heading to bed. But you were never there. And they don't tell you that directly, but they don't describe you as part of their experience. And you know that if you had really been there, they'd be curious how you got to hear from there so quickly. And so you wonder how you knew that they'd had a hot chocolate. They seem to have had pretty much the experience you'd imagined in your dream, just without you present. And this just makes your mind wonder more about that and about the meaning of that. while you rest in front of that fire in that seat. And you just start rocking gently in that chair as your mind wanders and drifts and dreams. And while you just settle in to some time on holiday here, for a breakaway for a few days, you can hear outside the very distant, gentle rumble of thunder. You know there's going to be some rain coming soon. And you know that with that rain, when you wake up in the morning, the wet lavender outside the cabin is going to smell so fresh. The smell's going to be enhanced by that rain. You know the air is going to smell so fresh, as if the rain has cleared all of the particles out of the sky. And after a while of relaxing, you head to bed, looking forward to what you'll be doing for the next few days. And while thinking about the future, about what you've got to look forward to, about what you're pleased to have and grateful for, you drift so peacefully and comfortably and relaxed asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, you can just begin to drift and float comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift asleep, you can just have a sense of a young man walking up a mountain path. And as he hikes up that mountain path, so he can feel the burn on the back of his legs with each step that he takes. He can feel the warmth of his body underneath his jacket. And he can see his breath with each breath that he takes. And feel the coolness of breathing in that fresh, cool air. And he can have a sense of the crispness of that air. The crispness of the feeling of that air on his cheeks, and that difference between the cold air and the warmth being given off by his cheeks as he continues climbing that mountain. And while he climbs that mountain, so he can notice the rustling of the bushes and the shrubs as he climbs up higher and higher, and the rustling in the trees. And as he climbs even higher still, that crunching sound as he approaches the snow line and is walking through increasingly thick snow that seems to almost have like a sugar-coated topping that has the slightest crack to it, as if the top is one continuous thin sheet covering over the softest snow. That with each footstep, the foot pauses just for a fraction of a second as it cracks through that surface before easily falling through and compacting that snow, making a crunching sound, a deep and pleasant crunching sound. And he finds himself walking with that regular rhythm, and something about the sound makes him want to walk in a certain way and reminds him of what it's like when you're wearing a suit, a tie, dressed really smart and wearing your smartest shoes and walking into a church or some other echoey location and noticing that each footstep echoes and reverberates, that makes you walk with a certain level of intent that when you're outside of that environment you don't walk with, because you want that rhythm just right for the sound of each footstep, the echo of each footstep, that reverberation of each footstep. As he has a sense of that while climbing that mountain. And from time to time he looks back and he can see how far he's been walking so far. He can see some birds flying overhead, a bird of prey catching an updraft of warm air, spiraling around and floating higher and higher, and the sounds of the birds, before looking back up the mountain and continuing the climb. And once near the top, they reach the location they're headed to, which is a specific rock. And they get their arm and brush the snow off the top of that rock and sit themselves down on that rock and can feel their heart beginning to calm and slow while they sit there, as their breathing deepens and calms, and their cheeks feel rosy and warm, and they can breathe in that cold air while looking at how far they've come. And while looking out over the view, they can see the distant ocean on the horizon, almost hidden by the haze. And they close their eyes and they allow themselves to find a sense of peace. And they feel a deeper connection than perhaps others would realize with this moment as they rest there. And while they rest there with their eyes closed, feet resting on the floor, their legs being aware of the slight coolness from that rock, and the feeling of the sun on their face, they begin to drift in their mind and drift into a dream, drifting into a pleasant reverie. and they start to feel themselves sat on a comfortable chair, arms resting on armrests. And their eyes are closed, and they can hear a pinging sound and the sounds of murmuring voices, the sounds of footsteps on what seems like a carpeted floor, with that dull thud of each step, and the way the sound echoes and seems to get absorbed by the walls. And as they open their eyes, they realise that they're sat in a captain's chair on some kind of a spaceship. And one of the officers looks back over at them and says that they've plotted a course into their destination. They're just waiting for the command. They look around and they see that others are also looking over at them, waiting for them to give the command. They look back over at the view screen in front, and they can see a mark on that screen marking out the highlighted destination. And so they decide to go along with the experience. And they say engage. And as soon as they say that, a button is pressed, and the starship suddenly accelerates. And while it does, they have a sense of seeing the front of the ship stretch out, before almost like being an elastic band, stretching and then pinging back into shape once fired. The rest of the ship seems to catch up with that front, and it seems to be the stars around them speeding past instead. And yet they feel like they're stationary. And they stand up and walk around. They run their fingers around the different work surfaces. They go to the different panels. They look at what different people are doing. And people are just talking with each other, some about work, about what's on their displays, some perhaps talking about other events, things they're doing later, things they did yesterday. There seems to be a relaxed atmosphere here. And they stand at the front of the ship, right in front of that viewpoint, just looking at that giant screen, almost having a sense of it wrapped around them, with the stars shooting past. 100 light years left, they hear said over their shoulder. And they look back and just give a little nod before looking forward again. And they see that down on the bottom corner is the number of how far is left. They can see it going down: 99, 98, 97, 96, 95. They can see the light years counting down. They can see that distance counting down. 90, they hear. And they carry on looking, and they seem to almost get tunnel vision gazing forward. 80. And they can see the star they're heading towards just gradually, very slightly increase in size. And it seems almost imperceptible. They have a sense that it's getting larger, but it still seems like they can't quite tell. 70. They walk back to the seat, sit back down in the seat. They wonder if there's anything else they should be doing. 60. They can hear the crew begin to talk among themselves about some things they're preparing for when they arrive at the destination. 50. And they can hear one of them saying that we're going deeper and deeper into uncharted territory here. 40. As they get closer and closer. 30. And they hear an instruction being given to prepare the impulse engines for travelling at a slower speed. 20. And so the impulse engines get prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. They hear the counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all of a sudden, the stars stop moving. And there's a full-sized star just off in the distance of that view screen. They hear the order to move to impulse engines and to come around the back of 2 planets, almost slingshotting closer to the destination, conserving some energy. And they notice that there's a planet that seems to have almost like little moons surrounding it that are at weird angles and weird sizes and weird shapes, and realizing that these are different satellites. These are obviously created by something intelligent that's reached a high enough level to be spacefaring. And so they get closer and closer before going into orbit around that planet. And looking down on the planet, it looks very much like the Earth, except that none of the land masses look the same, but it has the same kind of feel from space. And they say that they need to take the shuttle down to the planet. And so that's what they have to do. So they go in to a lift and they come out in a shuttle bay. And they're curious how this works and where this shuttle bay was in conjunction to where it started. They board the shuttle, leave the ship, and begin to head down to the planet's surface. And they can hear talking and communication backwards and forwards with the aliens that live here, all just confirming that they're okay, that they're going where they're supposed to be going. that there's nothing going to get in their way as they travel rapidly through the atmosphere. And while travelling through the atmosphere, the shuttle begins to vibrate and shake. An orange glow that turns to a white glow begins to form around the outside of the shuttle. And then after a while, the shaking calms down, and the shuttle peacefully flies down to the surface, gets piloted around to a landing spot in a clearing near some dense woodland and an enormous lake that you'd only know it's a lake from the sky. On the ground, it's so large that you can't see the other side. And the shuttle door opens. They smell the fresh air of this location, walk out onto the planet, feeling that thud of walking on dry mud. They reach down and touch what looks very much like grass with their fingertips. And they can feel how soft that feels, that it almost seems to tickle their fingers. And they take a few deep breaths of that air. They feel the warmth of this star as they walk around. And in the distance, they hear the sound of what they can only describe as being like a wail. That sounds almost like the call of a humpback whale. And they walk through the dense woodland, seeing the occasional shard of dancing light that breaks through the canopy above, illuminating particles of dust and seed and other bits and pieces in the air. They can hear that rustling of the leaves overhead. So they're aware that there's a breeze up there. And yet, here inside the woods, the air is very still. And when they stop walking, there's a certain silence to the surroundings. And so they walk through the woods, coming out on the shore of that lake. And they set up camp on the edge of this lake. They light a campfire. And they see that the sun here, that star in the sky, is beginning to set. And as they rest down, have something to eat by the campfire, smelling that food that they're cooking, hearing the sound of that food cooking, seeing the small amount of smoke just gently rising up from the fire. They can see, illuminated by the beautiful, almost golden light, some rabbits, or at least that's the best they could describe them, hopping around, eating some of that grass-like plant on the ground, and seeming to occasionally nibble at the tops of other plants, colourful plants, just eating the tops of them. And hearing the water lapping on the shore. And then breaking the silence, they notice a whale breaching and crashing down in the lake. And this takes them by surprise. They didn't expect to see humpback whales here in a lake on an alien planet. And one of the people with them hands them an electronic device and says, here's the details about this one. There should be a few more in here. And they scroll through those details, and they see that centuries earlier, these whales were brought here for their own protection. When life on Earth was thought to be preserved best if you placed it on other planets, and that terraforming those planets, placing different life on the different planets, would allow this life to live on, even if something happened to the planet they started on. And so whole ecosystems were created and monitored to see how these brand new ecosystems would evolve over time. And that many of the species that are spacefaring all came together to do similar things, aware that once you're spacefaring, time takes on a different meaning. You suddenly become aware that you may be around when the end of your specific planet happens. And so you have a duty to be able to help the life of your planet survive in the same way that your knowledge of technology allows you to survive yourself. And that spacefaring civilization can leave a planet if some catastrophe is due to strike that planet. But the other life on the planet can't do that. And so a future generation might be faced with that dilemma of losing something that once their ancestors had. And they think to themselves about this idea, and are curious about the mix of wildlife from different planets all coming together to form these brand new ecosystems, and curious how they'll turn out. And as night draws in and the sun fully sets, and the nighttime sounds here kick in, the pleasant sounds of insects out for the night, and other nighttime animals. They gaze up at the sky. They can see the stars here, and see the difference in these stars here to the ones on Earth. And notice, as their eyes adapt to the sky, the gentle glow of an aurora here, where this star's magnetic field and ejections of matter meet with the planets, and the charged particles travel around this planet, and they can notice a slight different colour, noticing that the makeup of the gases in this sky must be very slightly different to the Earth's. And as they think about those things, they can feel the warmth of the campfire, and they begin to drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they awaken to the slight crackling of the fire embers, the gentle lapping of the water on the shore. They have something to eat. They get up, they stretch, they go for a little walk. They're then told that today they need to go in to check out these humpback whales, to check that they're healthy and doing fine. And all it entails is going up to them, touching them with a device, and that device will record all the information. And then they can swim away. So they take a boat out onto the lake. They quietly row out so as not to be too disturbing to the wildlife. And they drop into the water, swim over towards one of the humpback whales, very slowly, stopping a sensible distance away, and then letting the whale come to them. And as the whale comes to them, so they take a deep breath, dive below the water. They hear the way the sounds change, how time seems to slow right down. All the movement seems to slow down as they swim towards that whale, and that whale swims towards them. As it gets near them, so it turns side on, and they reach out and they touch it with the device before swimming back up to the surface. And then they look out for the next whale, and they repeat the process again before heading back to that rowboat. And while they start rowing back, they get surprised by a dolphin suddenly leaping out the water straight over the boat and splashing back down the other side. They ask if the dolphin needs to be scanned as well. And they get told no, just here for the whales today. And then that dolphin turns on its back, pops its head and upper body out of the water, and seems to almost be saying it wants to play. And so they drop back into the water again. And the dolphin comes over, and as it comes over, they put a hand out, and it swims straight to their hand, directing its fin straight into the palm, and then accelerates, pulling them along. And they hold on, and it jumps and it dives, and it speeds around corners almost as if it's on some kind of an assault course or off-road racetrack. And they hang on, and it seems to be enjoying itself. And after a while, they realize they're beginning to get tired, holding on in this way, and the dolphin seems to pick up on this and slows down and then slowly and gently takes them back to the boat. Circles away from them a little bit, turns to face them. And they're treading water, facing that dolphin. And then they can feel the strangest sensation. Almost like there's a low rumbling passing through them. And they can notice some bubbles near the dolphin's head. And then they see that dolphin nodding its head before diving down a little bit, and then quickly changing direction, bursting up through the water, doing a backflip, a spin in the air, splashing down, and swimming off. And as they're helped back onto the rowboat, one of the others on the rowboat explains that this dolphin tries to communicate through its use of sound and infra frequencies. And they row back to shore. They dry off, they have something to eat. They head back through the woods. They can hear woodpeckers in the trees in the distance, the sound almost reverberating and echoing, so that it's hard to pinpoint exactly where that sound is coming from. All they can notice is that it's coming from somewhere higher up than their head. They head back to the shuttle and take that shuttle back to the ship. Before heading back slowly out of this solar system and then accelerating. And while accelerating off to the next destination, they begin to feel the coolness of that rock under their legs. They begin to hear the almost rumbling wind at their ears. They begin to feel the coolness of their breath, the warmth of sunlight on their face, the slight crunch of snow under their feet as they wriggle their ankles slightly and reorient themselves back to their reality. They then get their backpack out from behind them. They open it. And they take out an urn. And they release those ashes to the wind, saying, "This is for you." They then put that away again. And continue their journey, heading higher up this mountain. They really want to reach the top. They've decided they want to get to the summit. So they walk the rest of the way around the path before having to secure their backpack more firmly on their back, not just on one shoulder, but across both shoulders, doing up the buckle around their chest and starting to climb. They do their best to pin themselves to the rock face, while climbing up higher and higher. And they realise that while they're pinning themselves to the rock face, they can't actually see how high they have to go. It just almost looks like it goes on forever. And they can feel the muscles burning in their arms, in their legs, in their stomach muscles. But they know that they're achieving something. They're pushing forward. And eventually they arrive at the summit, where it levels out. And there's not really somewhere to sit up here on the summit, but they get a perfectly safe footing. And they stand there, take a look around them, take in the view, take a few deep breaths of the air up here, having a feeling like this air is somehow purer than down at the bottom of the mountain. And they know that now they need to find their way down. So they get their backpack again, and out of the backpack they take a parachute. And they were hoping that there'd be a very steep drop down the other side of this mountain. And they've discovered that there is. So they run as best they can across the top and leap off that steep drop. And almost as soon as they leap, they pull the cord. The parachute rapidly unfurls, catches their weight, and gives them a sense almost like it's pulling them up again into the air, yet in reality all it's doing is slowing the speed they're falling. And then they gradually steer it away from that mountain and begin to steer it in the direction of a river that weaves around this mountain, weaves past forest. And they're aiming for right by the river shore, where there are no trees, where there's a stretch of flat land, and at worst they'll land in the water, just gently sploshing down. And while they're floating through the air, catching the occasional updraft of warm air like the birds of prey, and just allowing themselves to stay airborne for as long as they can, in no hurry to find their way to the ground, trying to make this experience last. And they steer slightly left and straighten up. And even with a low-lying fog that seems to be rolling in, they can see the golden, glistening light of the sun on the river, marking it out almost like a winding runway or a winding landing strip. And they wind themselves around, getting closer and closer to the ground, before eventually touching down just on the edge of the shore. And as their feet touch the slightly soggy mud along the edge of the shore, they splosh as they run gently through that mud, keeping themselves moving forward while the parachute comes down behind them. And then they wrap up that parachute. And then they go to the wood line. And they break off some larger branches, gather up some wood, and they go to some trees that have bark that can almost be peeled off, and they peel off that bark. They feel almost a satisfying feeling as that bark peels gently, a bit like peeling off a plastic sheet from a new phone or device. And they take all that back down by the water's edge again. And they bind a lot of that wood together. They then get the parachute. And they place that parachute around the outside of that wood, binding that to the front, stretching it around the outside underneath, binding it at the back, folding it up over the sides, and almost weaving it in with that wood and with the bark. And then they get some glue from their backpack and they seal up that parachute. They seal up the sides that have met in the middle. They seal up at one end. Then they relax themselves down on the water's edge because they know this is going to take a while. And with the ends they haven't glued, they just begin to blow that up. They begin to inflate that parachute, which is now wrapped around and weaved through this wooden boat they've created. And as they do, they can see that gradually the parachute is pushing itself through some of the gaps in the wood, making almost long, bulbous bits of parachute inflated, sticking out the bottom, the sides, aware that this is going to increase the stability of this boat they're making. And once they've fully inflated that, they tie off the end, they add some glue to the end, just for good measure, before placing it on the water. And they fashioned another stick into a paddle, made the ends like a paddle, and they climb into their makeshift boat, push off from the side, and begin to gently paddle into the sunset, hearing the slosh of each stroke of their oar on one side, then the other. That slosh pushing through the water on one side, that calmness of being propelled forwards before pushing through the water on the other side. Occasionally pausing just to take in the environment, the relaxing sounds around them in the forests, the slight sloshing of the water as it strikes the boat, that slight rocking of the boat with the gentle waves. And they know where they're headed, so they continue paddling down this river, even after it starts getting dark. What was once sparkling golden light on the river becomes sparkling silver light under the moon. And as that river seems quite calm, it's almost like at times they can see the stars in the night sky reflected in the water of the river. And so they continue along this river, knowing it's calm all the way to the destination. And then eventually they see some lights of a distant town. It's a very small town, and they arrive at that town. They head to a hotel they plan on staying in. They get their golden key for the door, let themselves into the room. They're aware that it's very late at night now, so all they want to do is settle down in bed and drift comfortably and relaxed asleep. And so as they settle down in this hotel bed, place a few bits on the nightstand next to them and drift comfortably asleep. So they find themselves awakening in an armchair, and they gently open their eyes in this armchair. And they feel a bit creaky, so they have a bit of a stretch. They can feel the material of this armchair under their arms, and the softness of the seat they're sitting on, and the softness of what their back is rested and sunk gently into. And they stand up, still feeling a bit creaky, and they head through to the kitchen. They have themselves a glass of water. They feel that water passing down their throat, so cool and fresh. As they gaze out over a garden from the kitchen sink. And then they head back into the living room. They look at themselves in the mirror, and they say to themselves, I wonder where all the years have gone, as they see the wrinkles and the grey hair and all the bookshelves around them, and signs of the life they've led surrounding them. And they go and sit back down in that chair, in their favourite chair that they always sit in. And they pick up what most would describe as a quill from beside them, that's actually just a pen that was made for them on one of their trips in the past, that was using some peacock feathers, binding them together and turning it into some kind of a flamboyant pen, something that flowed and flourished while writing, that made it look more impressive with writing than it really was, that was given as a gift to try to encourage them to do more physical writing at a time when everyone wrote by pressing buttons on computers, to give some joy back to writing letters. And they sat there and they wrote some of what they'd experienced. And they smiled about that. And then they placed that back down beside them again. And they knew that in a moment they'll be going back inside their mind. That's where they spend most of their time now. That they're now getting old. And so they spend their time reminiscing about different memories. That they spent their life mastering the use of their mind, studying hypnosis, psychology, other subjects, to the extent that they don't need virtual reality machines. They just close their eyes, take a few deep, comfortable breaths. They focus on a period of time in their life, and they find themselves almost walking into that moment in time where external reality disappears for them, and the only thing left for them is that inner reality that feels as real life while they're experiencing it. Like being in a dream that feels so real during the dream. And time stands still in real life while they live out many weeks or months and sometimes even years in this inner life. That this inner life is a way they can remain young. They can run around. They can do activities they used to do in their 20s, 30s. They can even do things better than they could in their 20s and 30s. They can re-experience it all and even create new experiences that feel like living on every day, remaining at that age, feeling as fit and agile as being that age. And then occasionally having to come back to reality and enjoying their reality as an older person, but liking extending these years by having an hour last perhaps 10 years of enjoying being young again. And so they go back inside their mind. They spend a bit more time living through some more fun and fond memories, as if they're real and happening all over again. and exploring the creativity of memories and paths off of those, almost like alternate realities of those past memories, of how things could be if you made a different decision, where they can make a different decision in a situation, and it will play out with no effort on their part in a new way. And after they spend most of their day doing this, they reach a point where they know they have to eat properly and prepare for bed, and so they have themselves some dinner. They read a good book. They head out into the garden for a little bit. They sit down with the cat. They let the cat up on their lap. They stroke that cat on their lap. They watch as the geese go and play in their pond at the end of their garden. And the little frogs appear intimidated by those geese and seem to hop away from them and hop into the water. And they watch the way that life continues on, and trying to understand the meaning of it all. Before heading back inside, heading off to bed, settling down in bed, closing their eyes, resting their head on the pillow, feeling the coolness of that pillow on their cheek, the bounciness of the cover over them, the warmth of the bed, and the atmosphere in the bedroom, with a certain silence that isn't totally silent, that breeds comfort as they relax and drift, pleasantly and comfortably asleep, knowing that in the morning you'll awaken feeling great, refreshed, and revitalized and full of energy for the whole day as they drift and float, so peacefully and gently asleep with each and every out-breath.